I see what you're saying. Chargers, Bengals.
Commanders.
Bears. I mean, Bears and Vikings technically tied for last.
Right. Bears, I guess, technically were last because
Yes.
they drafted 9th, and the Vikings.
They technically were last.
Right.
Mention morning. What do we get if we mention morning, Arch? I'm just messing. I know they're typos. I got you. I'm just having fun. I can't wait to shave again, EB Hill. Can't wait.
Did you see this quote from Gordon Hayward?
No.
Who just retired? He said, I got a story for you. I'm playing the Lakers early in my career. They had Ron Artest, and he looks at me, looks at Kobe, looks at me, looks at Kobe. He says, Kobe, just get me the damn ball. I got Bieber guarding me. That's funny. Thank you, Benny. Morning, everybody. How's your week going? 2 minutes, EB Hill. This will take me about, 12, maybe 12 to 15, probably. I don't want to cut myself shaving. I don't like it. It goes back to my TV days where, man, you start bleeding and it takes sometimes forever to clot it and can't go in the air with a Band-Aid. Got to put makeup over it. Hurts. Hey, Paula.
$20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. We got over the hump yesterday. Hope your week is going well. You can just about see the finish line from here. If we were Olympic sprinters, it's time to get in position before the final kick. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. Doing well. Couple of double headers yesterday. Went 1-1 on our bets.
Yep.
But the good one hit, the one that was getting us better odds. So we made a couple of bucks yesterday. So a good night yesterday in baseball for Miller and Moulton.
Whew. And since college basketball regular season ended, I don't know how many good nights we've had except betting double headers. Man,
Not many.
Man,
There's
we
still
got to
a few
come up.
shekels in the account, getting ready for football, David.
We got to come up with a football system. We got to replenish this sucker. There is no doubt about that. We want to replenish your account, your fantasy football account. Make sure week from Tuesday, the 20th, you're at our fantasy football summit with Dr. Roto. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. But the Olympics winding down. Everybody going to be okay? What are you going to do next week? What are you going to watch?
Yeah, I have hit my fever has subsided. My fever was week 1. Week 2 has not done as much for me. Now, I know the 200s tonight, that's fun to watch, but the track and field hasn't done as much for me as the swimming and gymnastics did.
I understand that. And I'm also guessing that the person sitting either to your right or left isn't as enthused this week as she was last week either.
She loves the track and field, though. She still has the fever. Trust me.
Did you hear about the wrestling situation where the American Sarah Hildebrandt won gold? But did you hear about that? So she advances to the final, and I don't know the name of the woman who also advanced to the final to face her. She can't make weight. And it's close. Really close. It's not less than a pound. It's less than half a pound. They are cutting her hair to try if that will make a difference to make weight. She's over by less than 1/5 of a pound. So that's it. Gold medal is going to go to Hildebrandt. And then they decide, well, wait a minute. Why don't we just bump up somebody who lost in the semis? So they bumped up somebody who lost in the semis to wrestle for the gold. Fortunately, Hildebrandt beat her. But I just found that whole thing fascinating. And don't laugh. I mean, people go to great lengths to make weight. But, what was the movie? Matthew Modine, Linda Fiorentino, or the great soundtrack.
Vision Quest, David.
Vision Quest. And remember.
Vision Quest. And maybe it's a top 5 soundtrack of all time.
It is.
It really and truly is.
Yes. Madonna actually producing hits and giving them to Vision Quest before she releases them herself. Yes. A great soundtrack, Vision Quest. And Linda Fiorentino, a little old for Matthew Modine, but we were all okay with it.
We totally were.
Yes.
In fact, probably couldn't redo that movie just because of that plot line.
Yes.
The high school kid having the affair with the woman who was renting the bottom apartment at their house.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but needless to say, every high school senior was watching it going, this works for me. We need to get a tenant. So, and remember, for the big match, he's over. And it's close, but he's over. And he has to strip totally down.
Right.
And I don't know if,
you're waiting for that gal to basically go all natural.
Well, I'm just wondering, did they at the weigh-in, have to get out the sheets and cover it up because she was, in the buff trying to make weight? I mean, Mark, I have experience with that. My Arts for Act in downtown Fort Myers nearly 20 years ago, Sharon Stone, and she was wearing a dress, and a woman sitting in the, one of the tables in the front said, "I love your dress." And she said, "Well, you can have it." if you give 10 grand, all right, and the lady wrote a check for 10 grand, and Sharon Stone took off her dress in a crowded ballroom, and I was one of the two guys holding up the sheets, okay, that she was taking off the dress behind, and then we had to put the sheet over her, and she tied the sheet and did the rest of the night in a sheet. So Sharon Stone was making weight.
Did you peek?
Yes. It was Sharon Stone naked. Yes. Just a little bit. So, I mean, I just found that whole thing, wrestlers making weight. Doesn't matter if male or female. How close are we? You're just over. How much? Less than half a pound. What? But anyway, the American ends up winning the gold anyway, but at first it was going to be a default.
It is crazy they brought someone who lost in the semifinal to then wrestle, because that person both people would have made weight for the other match in all likelihood.
Right.
If they wouldn't have, that person wouldn't have been able to wrestle in that match. So
I
that is strange that the person who lost the semi get to go wrestle in the final, but fortunately the American was able to win as we increase our gold medal count, David.
And did you win again?
You're damn right I did.
Golly.
Who do you consider the Olympic winner? Most total medals, most gold medals. 54.5% most gold medals, 45.5% most total medals.
Oh my goodness. Well, fortunately we're leading in both. We're still ahead in the gold medal count. All right. And I'd like to think we can hold off China from here. Don't know what events they could beat us in to win gold the rest of the way. We still got, both basketball teams should be putting gold medals up on the board. That could be the sealer right there, Mark. It could be nip and tuck to the end, and then our two basketball teams say to China, come on, here we go, 2 golds. We're winning this sucker.
Brought up the poll question at dinner last night. The wife chastised me for a good 5 minutes of how wrong I am to think that gold medals win. Just talking about the Olympic experience, then basically said that's the whole problem with human society. We base too much on winning. I mean,
wow.
I did not know the rabbit hole I was going down last night at dinner by merely saying, I think winning the Olympics is having the most gold medals.
Man, was her angst better, same, or worse than your daughter when you eat her double stuffed?
I know where the daughter gets the temper from now. I know exactly where it comes from, because I humped the wife off last night with this poll question. She is on your side, David.
I never knew. I have to admit, of all the attributes that, the men get blamed for and then the women get blamed for in their offspring, okay, I never thought the temper was going to get blamed on your wife and not you.
Well, right? Not the temper, the venom at which they can express the temper.
Gotcha.
She doesn't have to yell and scream to let the point be known that I'm wrong.
Right.
And my daughter has developed that same attribute, which is really going to work out great when she's a teenager.
Just remember, okay, she takes it out more on mom than she does dad. Dad does much better in the teenage years than mom with a daughter.
I'll keep that in mind. I hope you're right.
Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. But yes, the Olympics winding down, home stretch. I mean, if the Olympics were a 4-lap race, we're in the final lap, right?
Bell has been wrong. There's no doubt.
16 days thereabouts of the Olympics, and we got 4 and less than that. So, yeah, we're in the final lap of the Olympics. Those of you, I don't know what you're going to do next week. You got another, 2 weeks, week and a half to fill before football. 16, 23, and 28, ladies and gentlemen, are the magic numbers. Just, can I go slowly? Let that sink in, everyone. 16 days from now, Florida State, Georgia Tech will have a college game day. For those of you who love the theme song, love the open, all right?
And for those of you that want to watch Florida State fans and see how they act in Dublin.
Yes. Just why it'll probably be the only game day I watch all year, but and I may watch the whole thing. The whole darn thing. 16 days till Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. 23 days away from a big opening weekend of college football. Some terrific matchups on that last Saturday in August. And 4 weeks tonight, baby, Ravens and Chiefs. And remember, Chiefs lost the opener at home last year to the Lions. It worked out okay. But
I think they did all right.
yeah, it worked out okay. It really did. Just keep in mind, though, last year, only 4 teams who lost week 1 made the playoffs. 3 of the 4 lost to other playoff teams. Steelers to the Niners, Chiefs to the Lions, and the Texans lost to the Ravens. Otherwise, the only team who lost week 1 last year and lost to a non-playoff team that made the playoffs was the Bills losing on that Monday night opener when Aaron Rodgers got hurt to the Jets. So week 1 has turned out to be a bit of a fortune cookie the first 2 years of the 14-team playoff system in the NFL. We'll see if it's a bit of a fortune cookie this year as well. Keep that in mind. 4 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs. Do you think this is the year, by the way, Lamar starts getting a little grief from the national media about, hey, dude, you haven't been that good in the playoffs?
I think it's already starting. I think it's already started, that you are right on to what's going to be one of the subplots to the year.
And it should. I mean, unfortunately, it was like being in the AFC in the world of Brady. I mean, Peyton had to hear it. Peyton Manning had to hear it. So how could Lamar Jackson not have to hear it? Joe Burrow. Yeah, it's cute. The haircut and, a couple injuries. We feel badly for you. Got to win that final game, Joe. Come on. Let's go.
Part of the only thing that's preventing more heat coming is that the greatness that is Mahomes. I mean, everybody has to come to the fact that we're looking at one of the all-time greats right in front of our eyes, David. And that's the only thing that's given a pass to some of these other quarterbacks because, well, they're just not Patrick Mahomes.
Very true. Very true. 6 consecutive AFC championship games for the Chiefs, by the way. It's very Patriots-like of them. Miller and Moulton. Hey, thanks for being with us on this Thursday. MillerandMoulton.com. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at MillerandMoulton.com. Seating is limited. MillerandMoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's funny, Sonny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Thursday morning. Hope your week is going well. And thanks for spending part of it with Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you go to MillerandMoulton.com and sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. We think it's a fairly unique event. Don't know of anyone else that does it, quite frankly. Bringing in a national fantasy expert right in front of you. In the room, he tells you his tips, tells you who he's going to play to win his fantasy leagues, and then answers any and all of your questions for 90-plus minutes. Tuesday, August 20th, Dr. Roto, our Fantasy Football Summit. Go to MillerandMoulton.com and sign up. So I saw something that I found a little interesting, and I thought maybe it could be the focus of not so much a discussion on the show, throughout the show, as we like to do, have just a little theme that we continuously go back to. But it was talking about the teams that either A, finished in last place last year in their divisions in the NFL, Mark, or the teams that are expected to finish last in their divisions this year. And basically, which team do you think either no way they finish last this year, or the team that is the consensus, oh yeah, they're going to finish last in their division, and you go, no, they're not?
Well, let's start with the easy ones to see if these teams we think are indeed going to finish in last, or if you have any sort of hope that they will not. The Patriots, they're finishing in last.
Yeah, that would be a shocker if they didn't.
I mean, it would take an injury of gigantic proportions to another team to have that not happen.
Yes.
And even with an injury, I mean, and I mean, to any of the quarterbacks, I still don't know if the Patriots would be better than the Bills, Jets, or Dolphins.
Yeah, I think the max, because the Patriots should have a good defense. And if Jacoby Brissett ends up playing most of the season, I think maybe, Mark, maybe you could max them out as a 6-11 team. But even then, you know, like the Jets managed to win 7 games last year with Zach Wilson at quarterback, and it's tough to have worse quarterback play than Zach Wilson.
Now, in the AFC West, the Chargers finished in last place a year ago.
Right.
I don't know if people expect them to finish in last again.
I don't think so. I'm seeing a lot of Denver, that the consensus last place prognostications for the AFC West is Denver. So if we were to go and think about the teams that are expected to finish last this year, I would nominate that team in the AFC West as Denver.
More than the Raiders.
I think so. I mean, the Raiders won 8 games last year.
So did Denver. And I know a new quarterback situation.
Well, and it's tough to imagine that the situation's even going to be better. I mean, Russell Wilson was not bad last year. I mean, Sean Payton hated his game, but he wasn't bad. I mean, Jared Stidham / Bo Nix or Russell Wilson for this year, who would you take?
Russell Wilson.
So tough to argue. Plus, they've traded off other assets on the team to get under the cap and to fortify their picks for the future. I mean, it's tough to argue that, you know, we do the same, better, or worse, and the Broncos are worse than they were last year.
But, well, we'll table that because the Broncos, I mean, that's a team that if they didn't finish in last, I don't know how surprised I would be.
Okay.
The AFC North. Last year, the Bengals finished last. We don't think they're going to finish last this year. We know the reasons why. The Steelers are, to me, the consensus number 4 team in that division.
Right. And they haven't finished fourth in the division since 1989. I mean, 35 years since they finished in last place in their division.
And the Titans did finish in last and are expected to finish in last.
They really are. And I will say they've had some early injuries, but so have the Colts. I mean, for what it's worth, training camp injuries. I mean, the Colts, they lost their number 1 or number 2 receiver yesterday to a high ankle sprain.
So that's a pass rusher done for the year, right?
Right.
And now a high ankle sprain on a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good start for the Colts.
No. And an offensive lineman got hurt also. Yep.
So the Commanders were last place in the NFC East, but I think most everybody expects the Giants to be the last place team in the NFC East.
Yes, they're the consensus. You guys suck the most in that division, yes.
The Cardinals in the NFC West.
Yeah, that would be, in fact, which one would surprise you more if they didn't finish last, the Patriots or the Cardinals?
The Patriots would surprise me more if they didn't finish last. The Cardinals played hard last year, and Kyler Murray is coming back.
I know. That's an interesting one. You know, Kyler Murray, I mean, last time he was 100% healthy, you know, they won 11 games and went to the playoffs.
The Bears technically finished last in the NFC North.
Tied with the Vikings.
The Vikings are expected to finish in last in the NFC North this year.
Correct.
And the Panthers finished last, are expected to finish last. And that's a bad football team.
What would surprise you more, Patriots or Panthers not finishing fourth?
Patriots.
Okay. All right.
Because the division's much better top to bottom
All right.
in the AFC East than it is in the NFC South. Because I think the Saints could take a turn for the worse this year.
So those are the teams that if you watch, you know, hey, who do you think's going to win? And, you know, listing the teams, those are the teams that are placed in last place the most, whether you agree with them or not. And that's kind of what we're getting at here. I'm kind of thinking that this is our poll question today. Since the season starts 4 weeks from today, you know, let's talk a little NFL at times during the show today. You know, who is expected to finish last that you don't think will finish last? And I think for sake of argument, do we put the 3 easy ones, New England, Arizona, Carolina, up and make people decide, whoa, wait a minute, one of these is going to finish third? Or do we actually take them off the board?
I would take them off the board.
Okay.
I would take them off the board, and I might take Tennessee off the board too and use the other 4.
Ooh. So that would be the Giants, the Vikings,
the Broncos,
and the Steelers.
And the Steelers.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I like it. I like it. Which one of these teams, expected to finish last, will not finish last in their division? There you go.
We can make that happen.
Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Hey, what do you think of the NFL coming and finding the Giants and the Lions $200,000 because they had 2 days worth of joint practices and they had fights?
It's a little unprecedented, isn't it? I don't recall the NFL ever slapping fines down for fights in practice. Especially when they use the headlines on their network and everywhere else to talk about the fights in practice.
Right. They show the video and then, right. I mean, wait, when did this start? And why is the NFL so anti this? Seriously, if you tell me, I'm being very serious here. You're Park Avenue in New York. Why is this bothering you this much?
David, I have no idea.
I mean, I would understand
teams, right? Not the players.
Correct. They find the organizations.
Right.
Right. This isn't the organization, by the way, finding the individual players. This is the NFL finding the Giants and the Lions because they had 2 days worth of practices and they had 2 days worth of fights.
which is commonplace when these joint practices happen. They've been going on this way for years.
Well, what are you going to do? Find the Seahawks yesterday. Apparently, DK Metcalf went on Myles Garrett on a teammate. Took his helmet off, started beating him with it.
That's a fine.
Well, but is it not a fine because he did it to a teammate? Is it only not allowed if you do it to another team? I don't know. It's one of the little stories we'll mention in the starting five coming up next on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It was a Raiders-Chiefs Monday night game. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before. And they called a roughing the passer penalty on Max Crosby, which was absurd. And Aikman did make the comment about the skirts. I remember walking out of the stadium. He says to me, "Am I going to get in trouble for that?" I go, "Trouble? No. A little bit of heat? Yeah." I go, "Just remember, you're Troy Aikman. It'll be fine." That was actually the first time it rode back to the hotel because getting out of Kansas City, the parking lot's awful. You got to be in the Escape or it takes 2 hours. And he turns to me, he says, "Should I say anything?" I go, "Absolutely not. Not a word." I go, 36 hours. I said, "It'll be over in 36 hours. Just go home." I didn't see the Appalachian State video. Jay Gunn. Do you see he still follows the show? He's working on his own show right now.
Hang on. Say that question again, David.
Which team expected to finish last will not finish last this season?
Pittsburgh. Who are we going with?
You wanted to go, I think, Denver, Pittsburgh, the Giants, and the Vikings.
Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Denver, and the New York Giants, right?
Mm-hmm. He's producing for someone else, Brown Chicken. It's the morning show on the Michigan Sports Network. Matt Shepard, former Tigers play-by-play guy, is doing the show. Trent's the producer.
It's on in the mornings, Brown Chicken, so it's impossible. Literally the same time as ours. Just one less hour.
No, anything was more pay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It's 12 days away, Tuesday the 20th. So sign up. I'd say it's about half full already. So MillerandMoulton.com, sign up. And make sure you remember Miller, because that's the new keyword if you haven't signed back in on the text line 21,000. The old keyword, after 2.5 years, we had to come up with a new keyword. And Mark said, I got an idea. How about Miller? All right. It's easy to remember, easy to spell. I like it.
I felt good about it yesterday when someone misspelled your name.
Huh?
On the text line.
Yep. Did they go E-N? Like lava? M-O-L-T-E-N? Because that's the common one.
It was really botched. There was an A in it.
Whoa. Wow.
Moulton.
Moulton.
Right.
Okay. That's like the fourth or fifth most common misspelling, but okay, sure.
So I felt good about that. And I must say, I will probably do this a couple times today, so I don't mean to annoy the audience, but you hear the commercials, we are asking for sponsors. It's how we're going to survive on this show. And many of you have text sponsor to 21,000, but you did so under the old thing. So for whatever reason, if David or I have not gotten back to you, there have been a lot of text. I feel like we may have missed one of you. So if there, for some reason you are interested in sponsoring the show, please text sponsor to 21,000. We will get back to you in a timely fashion, and hopefully we can add a few more of you on to our sponsor list, like the good folks at Floormeisters, Diamond District, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, and the list is about to grow.
Bill Bender will join the show in a little more than an hour. The Big O, our Big O, Orlando Alzugaray. He'll join us at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
The U.S. with a sizable total medals lead, 94-65 over China at the beginning of play today. A 2 gold medal edge over China, 27-25. The U.S. winning 8 medals yesterday and a few gold. Thank you very much. Quincy Hall with a rousing stretch run to win the men's 400-meter race. U.S. wrestler Sarah Hildebrandt won gold. U.S. women's hoops and men's water polo both advancing to their respective semifinals. And speaking of the semis, the U.S. men's basketball team will face Serbia today in the semis to advance to the gold medal game. U.S. already took care of Serbia in round-robin play and expected to win comfortably, but they do have some good NBA players. All right. NCAA yesterday. We haven't talked about this yet. I have a feeling we'll get into this in further detail, although when I bring it up, Mark may go on a tangent, and that may be the rest of the starting five. So the NCAA decided yesterday.
They did it, David. They finally did it. They lowered the boom. We've all been waiting for them to have this type of reaction to really take hold of college football.
And so they lowered the boom on Jim Harbaugh,
who will never coach college football again in his life.
Right. Personally, Jim Harbaugh, not Michigan, Jim Harbaugh. A 4-year show cause penalty. And what that means is if you're given a show cause penalty, if somebody wants to hire you, they literally have to go before the NCAA and make the case as to, listen, I know there's a show cause penalty, but we want to hire this guy, and then this is why. And the NCAA goes, yeah, he's a lying, cheating, blankety blank. And they go, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. That really appeals to us. Okay, so a 4-year show cause penalty usually means the guy's not going to get hired for the next 4 years. Well, Jim Harbaugh is what, 60? He just did 9 years at Michigan. He went back to the NFL. He has not hidden for years that he would really like to win a Super Bowl. Do we expect Jim Harbaugh to be back in college football? A, ever again. B, within the next 4 years. I mean, honestly, Mark, what's the shortest length of time you think the Chargers owner gives Jim Harbaugh, who was given a 5-year contract?
3 years. I mean, if things go terribly wrong, 3 years, David.
And this owner is cheap. This owner does not like to pay coaches. Remember, that was the word as to why he brought the last guy back for the final year of his deal when everybody was calling for Brandon there to get fired. So here's what the NCAA concluded, that Jim Harbaugh, quote, engaged in unethical conduct, failed to promote an atmosphere of compliance, and violated head coach responsibility obligations. And this has nothing to do with the, quote, cheating scandal. This is all about the recruiting violations during the COVID period of 2020 and 2021. They gave him a 4-year show cause for that? What are they going to do about it?
They're very, very angry at Jim for not talking to them. That's all this boils down to. This is petty. This is a grudge.
Well, there's a 2-paragraph. I mean, obviously, this is multiple pages. But there's a 2 paragraphs which basically sums up. The NCAA talked about interviewing a recruit and his dad, in which Harbaugh took the 2 to breakfast. And Michigan actually submitted the receipt to the breakfast. Well, he wasn't allowed to do that during that time. It was February of 2021. And the father remembered the breakfast so vividly, he said, well, it struck us when Jim ordered a bacon cheeseburger for breakfast. That, quote, stood out to us. So there's the 2 paragraphs about the father and the recruit telling their story, what they did that day and what have you. Okay, when Harbaugh was interviewed by the NCAA, he basically said, yeah, I have no recollection of who that guy is or what you're talking about. Which I guess is possible. how many recruits do you meet with and what have you. But, and then when the NCAA said, well, you took them to such and such a place and you ordered a bacon cheeseburger for breakfast, Harbaugh goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. So, yes. So the NCAA is unhappy with Jim. They feel Jim lied to them without saying the word lied. But Mark, I mean, is this what did Harbaugh's attorney released a statement and said this is like your high school principal, like chasing you down when you're a freshman in college and wanting to penalize you for something? I mean, the Harbaugh's, through his attorney, they just laughed at the NCAA. They scoffed at them. I mean, defiant to the end.
Yes. Deny, 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 deny. Stick to your guns, David.
Texas, for what it's worth, lost running back C.J. Baxter to a knee injury. He'll be out for the year. Baxter actually started as a true freshman last year and was expected to be a big part of the Texas backfield this year. So keep that in mind. Going forward, the Giants and the Lions each fined $200,000 for 2 days of fighting at an inter-squad scrimmage. Steelers quarterback Justin Fields will start Friday against the Texans, yet Russell Wilson listed as the first-string quarterback on the depth chart. When asked, Mike Tomlin said, I just released the depth chart. What part of it are you guys having trouble reading? Baseball. Our system took an early blow yesterday. The 1 and 4 o'clock doubleheader saw Arizona sweep the Guardians 7-3 and 5-3. Whoa. By the way, Diamondbacks are hot. Guardians getting swept at home by the D-backs. Remember, they did go to the World Series last year. But our system held true with the Angels and the Yankees. Yankees won the first game 5-2. Angels had a 6-0 lead in the second inning of the second game in an 8-2 win. Yankees split. Orioles beat Toronto 7-3. Jackson Holliday with the go-ahead 2-run homer in the seventh. So the Orioles and the Yankees back tied atop the AL East. Kansas City with 5 in the fourth. Bobby Witt Jr. with 2 homers. I'm telling you, you really should think about voting him for MVP. Take a look at his numbers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, Mike Trout-like at shortstop, Bobby Witt Jr. Kansas City beat Boston 8-4. They have a 1.5 game lead on the Red Sox, tied in the loss column for the final playoff spot. Houston beat Texas, Mark, 6-4, and with Seattle losing to Detroit 6-2, it's the Astros back in first by a half a game in the AL West. Dodgers lost to the Phillies 9-4. Schwarber hit not 1, not 2, but 3 homers for the Phillies. The game turned on a very controversial overturn by Wendelstedt, the umpire, in which they called the third baseman for blocking the bag when he had his legs spread wider than the bag, and there was a clear lane for the runner to slide through, and they called him for obstruction instead of getting the out. It led to a big inning. And Dave Roberts got ejected for the first time this year. But here's the real story. The Dodgers lost. Their lead is down to 3 in the West because Arizona swept Cleveland and San Diego scored 3 in the 10th to hold off the Pirates 9-8. D-backs and Padres both just 3 back of the ravaged with injuries and slumping Dodgers. Braves have lost 4 in a row. Milwaukee beat them 8-5. You combine that with the Mets scoring 3 in the ninth to beat Colorado 5-3. Atlanta's the 6th seed by a half a game over the Mets. Mark, we were just talking about the last place teams that we'd be surprised about if they don't finish last. On the shocked scale of 1 to 10, how shocked would you be if the Braves missed the playoffs?
Stunned, but with all the injuries, you can understand what's going on there. They have just been decimated this year with injuries. They've not been able to overcome them like they did a couple of years ago, and that is what has happened to the Braves, David. They're just a banged-up baseball team right now.
And the Phillies have a clear path to winning the East. They have the best record in the National League. They've also won the season series against the Dodgers, which is the tiebreaker. Cardinals 5-2 over the Rays. Taj Bradley got roughed up for 5 runs in 5 innings. That's a rough start for him. He had been pitching great. Marlins scored 5 in the first, held off the Reds 6-4. Bases were loaded with 2 outs in the 9th, Mark. We couldn't get the key hit. Story of the Reds' life. Cubs got homers from Ian Happ and Michael Busch. They beat Minnesota 8-2. Oakland with 3 in the 7th beat the White Sox. You didn't think they were going to win 2 in a row, did you? 3-2. And the Giants are back to 500 with the 7-4 win over Washington. They're still about 4 games out of the playoffs. Hey, Tropical Storm Debbie causing havoc, but now causing havoc in the sports world. PGA Tours in North Carolina. Uh-oh. They say they're not going to start round 1 of the Wyndham till at least 3 o'clock today. I think there's a real good chance of a 54-hole tournament. And that could be, Mark, a 54-hole tournament with a Monday finish. Remember, they don't want this tournament to go long because I think
World Golf Ranking points to play a 54-hole tournament on PGA Tour?
You can on the PGA Tour, but not on the LIV Tour.
Gotcha.
Right. Just remember, the FedEx Cup starts next week. PGA Tour doesn't want to mess around with this event too long. Tennis, Rafael Nadal officially withdraws from the U.S. Open. He's 38. He says he's going to try to play in an event where he could play doubles. Who knows? Maybe Federer comes out of retirement because remember, Federer's last match was with Nadal in doubles 2 years ago. But Nadal at 38 officially withdraws from the U.S. Open, and real doubts as to whether he will play again. And finally, Mark, don't know what you think of this idea, but did you see the announcement? Actually, officially, it'll be made at a presser tomorrow, but the word is out. Bristol Motor Speedway is going to host a Major League Baseball game next year, August 2nd. The Reds will play the Braves.
Cool. I like it.
I mean, that track holds like 150,000. If you were nearby, would you go?
Absolutely.
I would too. So we'll see how it works inside a racetrack, a Major League Baseball game. You got to figure if it goes okay, don't you think Daytona will try to host a game and what have you? I mean, that's a short track, don't you think? Anyway. And 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there you have it.
I don't know if it would work at a Daytona. I mean, I think the short track will provide a little better sight lines for fans.
Yeah, you're right.
And Bristol has made it known that they want to do other, at the college football game, they're into doing other events. I don't know of other tracks that have made that same type of work, done that same type of work to try to have other events there.
You're right. Talladega and Daytona may be too big, the super speedways. What I'm wondering is a place like Atlanta, the 1.5-mile cookie cutter tracks, are they too big or could you hold a game inside of there? Miller and Moulton. Hey, thanks for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is this Pat's last week at training camps, or is he doing next week too?
I'm wondering if today, I think he's in Tampa, and I'm wondering if today's his last day because I know he's got a normal show tomorrow. He's not at a training camp tour tomorrow.
Yeah, what, you're doing the show?
I do have to fill in tomorrow,
Good for you.
and that could be the last show till Christmas. But I could use the money now. You know what's interesting? We have yet to receive a bill for my wife yet.
That's always interesting.
Now, we've received a couple things in the mail saying this is what's coming, but we've actually yet to get a bill. And she had surgery 5.5 weeks ago. Irish football, Verlander could be the key.
Why don't I see the open? This is weird. All right, David, be prepared to go dry at 01.
Okay.
I don't see anything in the system, and I don't know why.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton, 7 in the East, 6 in Huntsville and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Speaking of MillerandMoulton.com, that's where you go sign up. Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday night, the 20th. It's in Fort Myers, Bell Tower Shops, the revamped Shoeless Joe's and the Doubletree. Check it out. We'll be there. Dr. Roto, some good food, couple hours around each other, talking life, pursuit of happiness. Oh, yeah, your fantasy football team, right? Winning money. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up for the unique event. This year it is Tuesday, August 20th. My mother's birthday. We'll do we'll get the phone out.
We'll FaceTime with mom and sing happy birthday.
Right. She's used to doing it with her great-granddaughter. In fact, I've never FaceTimed my mom.
I have a friend. He just moved. Guy that I became friendly with. Good guy. But he only FaceTimes. Like out of nowhere, I got a call from him, and it was a FaceTime call, and I ignored it. I'm not answering that. I don't want to see you.
It's you okay talking to him, but you don't want to see him?
Yeah. That seemed like such an intrusion of my personal space. I don't FaceTime with anybody. Like, if I'm out of town, I will FaceTime with my wife and daughter. Not even that much there. But when do you know anybody that, come on, if someone called you and it was a FaceTime call, would you answer it?
It depends on the only person who calls me on a FaceTime call. If my daughter calls me, I'm sure the granddaughter is in the picture somewhere.
That doesn't count.
Right. Okay.
I'm not talking about grandkids. I'm talking, I call you. One of our 47 old producers calls you.
Right.
And it's a FaceTime call, and you look at it because there's a difference between a call and it's FaceTime.
Yes, there is.
So-and-so. Are you going to answer it with FaceTime, or are you going to ignore the call?
The first time I will answer it because I would think it's a mistake, and I want to make fun of you for calling me on FaceTime. All right, because that's something.
What if the person then just wants to talk?
I'll be like, what the hell did you FaceTime me for? Then I would start to act like you are acting. So basically, you're the person who has a chance on Zoom to have their picture up, and you don't allow the video. You just have the black slate there.
Yes. It's weird.
I think that shows a lot, by the way, of your personality. Like ESPN has these big Zoom calls during the season, the Thursday after the Monday Night Football game. They want to rehash the game and then begin to look ahead. It's a total waste of time. All right. And they invite a whole bunch of us who are normally at the Monday morning production meeting to be on it. And when I participate, which is not very often, I allow my picture, the video. You see me. Joe's two guys do not. The one never participates. The other, his stats guy, Svita, never. He has the slate up. You don't see his face.
Yes. Now, that's a work situation, so I may be more apt to put my actual video up there, I'm not opposed to. I wouldn't want to be thought of as the guy. I wouldn't want to be thought of as that guy.
Well, you are though.
No.
Apparently,
In a
that guy.
one-on-one, I am. In a one-on-one, there's a big difference between a work Zoom call with 20 or 30 people on it, and you put your picture up there, than Al calling you on a Tuesday and FaceTiming you.
See, it's funny. I see it exactly the opposite. I think with work, you put the slate up. First off, you just say, "Hey, David, are you there?" "Yeah, I'm doing stuff, but I'm listening. I'm here."
Yeah, you aren't that important to me, work. I'm blowing you off so you can't see me because I'm doing other stuff.
No.
That's a complete blow off of work.
It is not. Okay, you're important enough that I zoomed in. It's just I got stuff I'm doing. I can multitask. I'm not just going to sit here in front of the screen and listen to this meeting. Okay, but I'm listening to the meeting, and if you need me, I'm here.
How do they know?
Well,
it's defiant to the bosses to not put your picture up there, and that is a world that you live in.
Hold on a second. Is that worse than not being a part of the Zoom meeting at all? No. So at least I'm part of the meeting. Honestly, what's more rude if you're the boss? So-and-so not even zooming in, or when he does, we never get to see him.
Well, not zooming in is more rude, but if you're... First off, I didn't know that was an option. When the boss calls a Zoom call to say, I'm not participating, isn't something that I would normally even contemplate. I would say, okay, the boss is calling a Zoom call. I have to be on the call.
Right. Well, once again, now I will say you and I are each other's bosses now, okay? And we don't FaceTime each other ever, nor do
We're having a Zoom call after the show. That's all I know.
And we'll both put the slate up and be defiant. But Mark, this goes back to, once again, see, ABC/ESPN thinks I work for them. CBS thinks I work for them. What both don't realize, and they need to be told it a few times a year, is I work for Troy and I work for Gary. Okay, so if they want to Zoom or FaceTime, absolutely. Full video, may even put on the good shirt. Okay, make sure I get to a quiet place, well lit, nice background. Okay, the media company, whatever. I just, I'll ask my bosses what it is was discussed. Is there anything I need to know?
But that is very different than, Tom calling you on a Tuesday and it's a FaceTime call.
It is. I usually answer it the first time because I think it's a mistake. And then I get to make fun of the person for screwing up technology more than me, of which there are very few people in Western civilization who are worse technologically than me. So I enjoy those moments.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Yeah, I am too.
Text line.
Text line.
You blow off your boss on Zoom calls, and do you FaceTime with friends? These are questions that I need to know.
21,000, keyword Miller. All right. Not FaceTime Miller, but Miller. Keyword Miller to 21,000 and let us know. Hey, can I get back to this NCAA thing for a second?
Sure.
And maybe even for more than a second.
Okay.
So clearly they're angry with Jim Harbaugh.
They don't like him.
No.
They've passed angry a long time ago. They actually do not like him. So much so that I think his picture's on their dartboard.
I agree. Yep. All 7 of them in the office. All right. Because that's the NCAA enforcement staff. But this 4-year show cause penalty. And once again, they said he engaged in unethical conduct, failed to promote an atmosphere of compliance, and violated head coach responsibility obligations. This has nothing to do with Connor Stallions and the videotaping of games and practices of other teams. Nothing. This is all about 2020 and 2021 and illegal recruitment during the COVID period. If they're this angry at him for that, now they're going to hand down punishment for the other matter.
Which he won't talk to him about either.
No. He's done talking to them. He's already said what he's going to say, which, by the way, he reiterated Tuesday at a Chargers practice, in which he said, I didn't do anything wrong, and I apologize for nothing. But the reason I bring it up is, Mark, the NCAA, they're incompetent, but they are human, so to speak. And what do you think now, after seeing what they just said and did about Harbaugh for a completely unrelated manner that we all think is far less serious than the other matter?
Well, I think the first thing I'd want to know is whether or not Harbaugh declined to have a Zoom call with the NCAA. My answer to that is yes, and I think that's where this all started. But in all seriousness, David, this is laughable. But they are gonna take wins. If you don't think they're taking wins away from Michigan now, then that's what I read into this. They're coming at Michigan for wins. I don't know if they won't take the natty away, but they're taking wins away from Michigan. They're gonna put a lot of pressure on the Big Ten to take away Big Ten titles. They are coming after Michigan. That's what they've decided to do.
Okay, Connor Stallions was on the payroll till late October. And there's video evidence of him doing what he wasn't supposed to be doing in late September. Mark, we think, or at least we thought, they were going to draw the line and stop it before the 2023 national title season. But I don't know. They seem pretty angry at Jim Harbaugh. They don't believe his story that he didn't know of this and had nothing to do with it. Clearly.
No, they are starting to go down the road to make sure that they prove, not just say, but prove that Jim Harbaugh is a liar. That's what they're trying to do right now.
Now, the punishment of Harbaugh, of course, is laughable. Well, he's not involved with college athletics anymore. You're going to suspend him from college athletics. Oh, wow. I wish I had some of those retroactive groundings from my mom. Okay, that would have been great. I would have gotten a lot of days back. But, now what do you think they're capable of doing to Michigan now? They got to take it out on somebody. They're getting mocked for this. Don't you think they're going to say, well, okay, we'll do something which you won't mock us next time?
And the fact that Sharon Moore is being accused of deleting, 53 text messages that he had with Connor Stallions?
Right.
Oh, this is a long way from done.
But also now, based on, clearly they're angry here. They don't like Jim Harbaugh. They feel he lied to them, misled them. Also, by the way, they've accused the University of Michigan of the exact same thing, of being completely uncooperative. Now Michigan's trying to say they're being cooperative. Well, the NCAA's already accused them of not being cooperative. So does this change? We asked the poll question a couple days ago. What do you think the NCAA is going to do? Anybody going to change their vote after this?
They're coming after games. I don't believe they can go after the natty, David. I don't.
If they take wins away in 2023, don't you think they begin the road to taking away the natty? No? Miller Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
Have you seen the new FIU Pitbull merch?
I have not.
It looks pretty good.
You know, EB, that's an interesting question because that's all they're really doing is taking away from Harbaugh's legacy at Michigan. That's what this is an attempt to do. Would you have the statue of Harbaugh eating a bacon cheeseburger?
While standing up, though, because he's got to be in khakis.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still quite a talking point in State College. There's a lot of money that's been withheld from Penn State because they won't return Joe Paterno's status on campus to what it was. A lot of old money that's been withheld from Penn State because of it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bill Bender will join us 40 minutes from now to talk about the NCAA and its sanctions of Jim Harbaugh yesterday. And do we think there's more coming down the pipe for Michigan football? And what does all this mean? Bill Bender, who lives in Big Ten country, covers college football for a living. Okay, we will get his reaction 40 minutes from now. I mentioned Mark Harbaugh's attorney. All right. Here was his statement. The way I see it from Coach Harbaugh's perspective, today's decision is like being in college and getting a letter from your high school saying you've been suspended because you didn't sign the yearbook. If I were in Coach Harbaugh's shoes and had an $80 million contract as the head coach of the Chargers, I wouldn't pay any attention to the findings of a kangaroo court which claims to represent the principles of the nation's most flagrant repeat violator of the federal antitrust laws.
What will this do, if anything, to tarnish Harbaugh's legacy at Michigan, though? You know, someone asked a really interesting question in the Twitch chat room. Do they still erect a statue? Want him a natty. And they're going to come after these wins. We all know it now. And Harbaugh's lawyer may be absolutely correct. This may be a kangaroo court. Not many of us think much of the NCAA. But what does this do to Harbaugh's legacy, if anything, David?
Mark, what has anybody that you grew up in Michigan, you know a lot of people from Michigan. Yes, you went to Michigan State and graduated, but you know a lot of Michigan alums, Wolverine fans. Is there anybody that you know, since this Connor Stallion story broke 10 months ago, 11 months ago, is there anybody that you know that wears a University of Michigan t-shirt or hat that's bothered by this story at all or thinks it's garbage and we won the title and suck it?
It's B. It's we won the title and suck it. But their defiance is become angry. They think that they're being singled out.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, they're the victim.
When
oh no,
this has never happened in the history of college. The cheating part of this there's never been an occurrence of it.
Right. Well, somehow also they don't consider it cheating, which is funny because if you change the name of the school, my guess is they might be outraged. But Mark, yes or no? Is Jim Harbaugh going to get a statue at the University of Michigan in the next 5 years? Yes or no?
In the next 5 years?
Yeah. Yep.
Probably. I would lean yes.
Yeah, I would too. I think they'll wait till make the announcement. They'll get punished within the next 12 months, and they'll let whatever the punishment, weed itself out. But yeah, I do. I think they'll bring him back as the conquering hero. Yeah.
Couple of texts to get to at 21,000. That keyword again is Miller. On our FaceTime with friends, this person says, totally agree. FaceTime with friends is not okay. On the Michigan, this is the NCAA is the bitter ex who wants to ruin your happiness but is unsuccessful.
Well, yeah, you could certainly make that case. The question, though, is does the bitter ex have a point? I mean, that's a fair question, isn't it? The NCAA is the bitter ex?
Not on the hamburger thing. Not on the these recruiting violations are laughable. The cheating's a whole different story.
Okay. Fair enough. But how about that? How about those quotes from Harbaugh's attorney?
That's not even, I mean, that's taking the offensive. It's not even trying to deflect it. It's going on offense.
Yep. If I were in Coach Harbaugh's shoes and had an $80 million contract as head coach of the Chargers, I wouldn't pay any attention to the findings of a kangaroo court which claims to represent the principles of the nation's most flagrant repeat violator of the federal antitrust laws. The way I see it, this is like being in college and getting a letter from your high school saying you've been suspended because you didn't sign the yearbook. Don't you wish we had the status to be able to just once in our life be like that? I mean, don't you? Just one time, even if that's not your personality, don't you want to one time be able to just do that? Stick your chest out, whether it's with a former boss, I don't know, you just went through a legal dispute. Doesn't everybody one time in their life want to see the 3 cameras and the 3 microphones from the local TV stations and just want to say, listen, I got something to say. I got to get this off my chest. That's outstanding.
I just checked, and unfortunately, when the Chargers have their bye week, Michigan's on the road. I was really hoping Michigan would be home the week of the Chargers bye so that Harbaugh could come back to a game, celebrate the natty with the Michigan fans, because they would give him a thunderous ovation and take this to the next level.
It will be interesting where they find the moment to, they might wait a little while. But they are going to have that moment. There is no doubt. But just curious whether or not, based on what the NCAA said and did yesterday, which is meaningless. I mean, they said you're a liar and we don't like you and we don't like the way you went about business and you're everything we don't like in coaches and we're suspending you basically for 4 years. And he said, I'm in the NFL. Did you guys not get the memo? Did you not read the transactions page back in January? What?
But do you think they're done with Michigan, that being the NCAA?
No.
This is just getting the ball rolling, don't you believe?
Yes. And I think they're going to take their dislike of Harbaugh, their distrust of Harbaugh, the fact they feel he's lied and stonewalled. And I think they've already indicated, Mark, that they think the University of Michigan has done the same. And so now what are they then going to do to Michigan? And if they can't touch the natty, how much are they going to hurt them in the future?
This is so not Michigan. They don't get in trouble.
No.
They don't like the smell of trouble. And
No.
they're knee deep in the middle of a huge controversy that is over several years now.
But Mark, they went a quarter century without a natty, and they went 20 years without being able to beat Ohio State. And they beaten them 3 times in a row, and they won a natty. And Mark, they're willing to overlook anything.
Right. They essentially sold their soul.
Sure. Yes.
To get a natty.
Yes.
And that was never what Michigan was about. That's the part of this that I find most fascinating, is that the old-time Michigan fan, even though they couldn't stand losing to Ohio State, it was done the right way. And now that it's not being done the right way, Michigan fans says we've never done anything wrong. That part floors me.
It got to the point, Mark, where they just couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't. 20 years of losing, 25 years of losing to Ohio State. mean, they basically went from the mid 90s to 2020 and they won like 3 times. Well, no, they were beating John Cooper in the 90s. Sorry. So basically, when Tressel took over in 2000, they went 20 years where they beat them like 2-3 times. And Ohio State was competing for and won a couple natties. And they weren't competing for anything and winning nothing except for 1 or 2 really good years in which they lost to Ohio State. And they finally said, screw it. Do what you got to do, man.
And this is where they are now. And we don't think the NCAA is done with Michigan.
Now, you and I both think they will not be able to take the natty away.
Correct.
But I do think they are going to come down hard on the future of Michigan football. Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Mark
Summit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Feeney, that this is now the NFL made the mistake with Terrell Pryor and a few others of stuff you did in college and penalizing you in the NFL. They're not going to do that again. And they're not going to do it with a coach, in my opinion. Maybe with a player and his behavior, but not a coach. Somebody mentioned earlier the 3-game suspension. That was handed down by the Big Ten, not the NCAA. Well, Irish football, they're basically event planners for all the other sports. When the next big breakaway happens, it will be interesting to see if the NCAA survives that. And will that breakaway be for all sports, or will it just be for football? When we have the 32 to 48 schools that break away. No. College football, no. I can argue the other sports do, but I mean, they're operating outside the NCAA now, basically. Well, and also, Sonny, if they take away scholarships, NIL can work around scholarships. You can pay a kid so much money, he doesn't need the scholarship.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Bill Bender of the Sporting News will join us. We'll talk some more college football. The Big O, Orlando Alzugaray, he's been parked at Dolphins camp for 2 weeks now. We'll talk a little Dolphins, little Canes, little Pit Bull, and FIU. By the way, Mark, their merch is out. Looks pretty good.
You gonna get some FIU merch?
Actually, I think I will. I think I will. Now, first, I'll try to get it for free.
You're a big Pitbull fan, anyhow.
Hmm?
You're a big Pitbull fan, anyhow.
I do like them.
Starts with that.
Yeah, I do like them, and I think this is cool. I mean, I think it'll benefit FIU more than Pitbull. I mean, okay, Pitbull makes some money out of it. Well, he's already got a ton of money. I mean, FIU, we need this. Thank you, and the attention and what have you. I mean, I'm glad. I'm happy. You know, I'm actually happy that he's doing it for not the U. You know, because the U's, sure, they could use the money, but not as much as FIU could use it. I think this is cool, for lack of a better word. You know, some deep analysis there.
Our Twitch chat room is on to something, though, and I've got a sidebar because, you know, people asking what would be the best middle finger that Michigan or Harbaugh could give to the NCAA for this. And Feeney has a great idea for a hamburger joint, but he's just got the wrong name. I mean, it's Harbaugh. It's Harburgers.
Ah.
And I do like what Sonny says with the khaki fries. I'd like the Harburger with the khaki fries.
Now, I think we'd have to get the story out there about, one of the big parts of the NCAA dispute is this recruiting story where Harbaugh took these family out and he had a bacon cheeseburger for breakfast. I think we got to get that story out there if we're going to go Harburgers.
Well, I'm just opening one in Ann Arbor. I mean, I don't know if I go nationwide with this yet. I go Ann Arbor. I'll work into the Detroit area with the Harburger.
Okay.
And the khaki fries.
The khaki fries. By the way, Michigan hosts USC this year, and they do not play UCLA. So there is no Michigan road trip to Southern California this year. No chance for Jim to be just a few miles away and show up on the sidelines of a game on a Saturday.
No, for as tough as Michigan's schedule is, their road schedule is not overly difficult. They only play a handful of road games. They play at Washington, they play at Illinois, they play at Indiana, and then, of course, they finish the year in Columbus.
Right. But I think their first road game's at Washington, and it's like second week of October.
First week, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're home to start the year for like 4 or 5 games. But 2 of them are Texas and USC. So it's a great home schedule, though. I mean, to not have – if you're a season ticket holder, you don't have Ohio State on the schedule this year, but you get Texas and USC, and you get Michigan State, which is still a rivalry game, even though they should whoop them this year.
Oh, they'll beat them by 40.
So Bill Bender, top of the hour. The Big O, Orlando Alzugaray. We'll talk to the Miami sports scene coming up a little more than an hour from now. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's on the 20th at Shoeless Joe's and the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops for Myers. Heck, there's somebody flying in to Fort Lauderdale, driving across the alley to go to this. That's how important it is to win your fantasy league.
It is important to win your fantasy league. As someone who's finally done it after playing fantasy football for a decade and a half at least, and finally got a dub.
I wish I knew my country artists better, but did you see the story a couple days ago of the country artist, a pretty big name, who, all these fantasy leagues, and Mark, I don't know if your league, do you have a punishment for those that finish
We do not have a last place punishment.
Okay. Because some of the last place punishments are outstanding. I mean, you've seen it in Major League Baseball where they force, I think Tom McCarthy, the Phillies announcer, had to be a ball boy or a bat boy in a spring training game because he finished last in the, Phillies fantasy football.
Right.
I mean, so some of the punishments are terrific. I'm being told in the Twitch chat room it's Luke Combs. So apparently the punishment, if he won the league, was those that finished below him would have to sing in front of a big crowd at one of his concerts. And so apparently he did that the other day. Which he said, there's repercussions, if you don't do well in your fantasy football league. And with that, and apparently a few guys came out on stage and we're horrible.
That's fantastic. He's been in the league for 12 years. It's with his high school buddies.
Right.
And he brought one of his buddies on stage to sing in front of 60,000 people.
Right. Because he sucked at fantasy football, for a year.
Pretty good prize for last place.
I agree. But so that could be a poll question, by the way, before the month is up. What's your last place prize in your fantasy football league?
Yeah, I've never played in a league where there was last place punishment.
I mean, we've seen the people having to get dressed up and wear awful outfits. They've had to stand at street corners holding a sign.
Had to be tattooed.
Right. I mean, I got to admit, ink to me seems a little harsh. Okay. That does to me.
It is permanent, David. You are right.
And to me, come on, this is 1 year of a fantasy league. Do I have to wear this for the rest of my life? That to me is a little harsh.
Right. Getting loser tattooed on your ass because you lost a fantasy league isn't really something that I would want to participate in.
Also, do you then have to put the year under it? Loser 24. Just anyway. So I will say, I think I'm gonna check out some Luke Combs music now that I found out he was the guy who did it. I'm like, well, he sounds cool. I mean, seriously. First off, to just still have that to be that big, to be a star, and to still be that cool with your high school buddies. Because obviously he's had to have, I don't know if he's finished last, but I mean, the trash talk that I'm sure has come his way, he probably finished last one of the years so that whatever the punishment was, he had to pay it. Come on, that's fun. We need
It is
more of
fun. As long as it's done within the bounds of good taste. I don't, I mean, there are lines that people draw with these last place things that are very low. The bar is set very low of what they can and cannot do.
Well, I'm encouraging our listeners to help Mark out. What should the punishment for last place be in the fantasy league that Mark's in? Because they don't have one. So suggest it. And you figure if this is a league that's going to dip their toes into a last place punishment, you can't come out of the chute, hard. You got to, just something in which, okay, we could live with this. And then, give it 3 to 5 years. It'll grow into the punishment you really want.
Wow.
Would you agree to it, by the way?
No.
Seriously?
No, I'm not playing in the league with a punishment.
Come on, it's been good fun. You just said it was Luke Combs and it was fun.
As long as it's fun.
Yeah.
Most of these they go beyond fun. I mean, I'm not riding, like what is it, the insurance commercial there where he's riding the tricycle down the road with signs all over. I mean, those things I'm not standing at a corner with a sign that says I finished last in my fantasy football league.
How about if you have to wear a certain outfit playing golf at the club? So everybody's, so that everybody sees you and they're like, wow, what's that? I finished last in my fantasy league. Oh, okay. Got it. I mean, would you wear knickers?
Oh, I'd wear knickers.
Okay.
As long as they weren't maize and blue. I mean, you want to punish me, like someone suggested, Mark has to wear a Michigan jersey live on the show. That's punishment because that would never happen.
Understand that to me seems personal. I'm talking about a league-wide punishment. You just however many guys you got in your league, and so that this way it can apply to all.
I just want the money for first place, David. I'm not concerned with last.
Well, you got it last year. Okay,
they bought a nice dinner a year ago. Price of poker went up this year. I'm hoping for a nice little weekend vacation out of them this year. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
So 21,000, the text line. Okay. Keyword Miller. All right. Get some suggestions that Mark, for his league where they should start, if they're going to introduce a last place punishment prize, that's all.
Someone says here, our 20-year-old fantasy league has a toilet seat with the plaque for the last place team and it gets rotated.
Okay. There you go.
Think the league I was in for a while had a plunger for last place, if I'm not mistaken. But there was never any punishment. That was the toughest league I was in, 20 players. That was as hard of a fantasy league as I've ever been a participant in.
Gotcha.
But I don't remember any punishments.
Bill Bender, who covers college football for a living, he's coming up in about 12 minutes. Josh Pate covers college football for a living, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports Family. We like him. We have him on the show a handful of times a year. So he did a little thing yesterday in which he said, everybody's down on the Gators, Billy Napier, and with their schedule, they're going to win 4 games. They're going to win 5 games. He said, and you are what your record says you are, to quote Bill Parcells. And then he said, what if we put the Gators in the Big 12? Where would you pick them to finish? And I thought that was interesting.
It's fascinating because they'd be a top 3 pick.
Well, definitely.
They might be the pick. Utah or Florida?
Well, they split with Utah the last 2 years, each winning at home. And Utah is the preseason pick along with Oklahoma State. And K-State and Kansas are mentioned as contenders. But the big 2 this year is expected to be Utah and Oklahoma State. If Florida were in the Big 12 and you're doing a preseason media poll, line 1, line 2, line 3, where are you putting them?
I still think they're line 2 or 3 because I think they're, even in that league, a year away.
Okay. But the reason why I find this an entertaining discussion is as the season goes on, there's going to be the talk of, well, this league deserves 2 teams. Whether it's the ACC or whether it's the Big 12 going forward. Oh, okay. And they're going to say, well, come on, let's just say, Mark, that Utah and Oklahoma State are both 11-1 playing in the Big 12 title game. Well, both these teams should be in the playoff. Okay. I hear you. But if Florida, who let's just say the season goes as most people expect, which is it could be a pretty good team that goes somewhere between 5-7 and 7-5 because their schedule's ridiculous. 8 top 20 teams preseason poll. Only 1 non-power conference school on their schedule. And it's really hard. Maybe historically hard. So if Florida were in the Big 12, though, and they're going to finish what? Somewhere between 9th and 12th in the SEC?
Right.
Don't you think going forward that this is one of those arguments that every year, even, Mark, when we get to 14 teams and the Big 12 is going, we should have 2, we should have 3. Don't you think this is where the SEC and the Big 10 go, yeah, pick our 9th place team and tell me where you think it'd finish in your league?
I agree 100%, but it also lends to some great scheduling this year, that these early games for the SEC and the Big 10 are going to matter when it comes to picking who the 4th or 5th team from a conference is as we go to 14 in a couple of years and are at 12 this year. That we keep talking about it, but come on, that Miami-Florida game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, LSU, USC, Alabama, Wisconsin, Texas, Michigan. Yeah. Oh, no. This good stuff we got on the schedule this year. Good stuff. All in September. Great stuff. Let me ask you this, though. That's awesome that the Big 10 and the SEC are doing this. But if you're the Big 12, I mean, going forward, don't you have to start scheduling these schools and hopefully start beating them?
It's the only chance you have to get multiple teams, David.
Right.
You're going to have some non-conference wins that you can puff your chest out and say, hey, look, Utah beat Florida. Hey, look, Oklahoma State beat Wisconsin, whatever the case may be. But they are going to have to try to start scheduling better games. And in the interim, David, I would start scheduling the ACC teams.
Okay. I would start scheduling the Big 10 and the SEC now. And yeah, I'll probably get beat up for 2-3 years, but I can get beat up for the next couple. We go to 14 teams in 2026. And to me, if I'm running the Big 12, I got to start making the case that we're a multiple bid league as soon as possible. And the only way to do that is to start beating teams in the Big 10 and the SEC. Miller and Moulton. Orlando Alzugaray in an hour. Bill Bender of the Sporting News. We'll talk some college football and the punishments on Jim Harbaugh next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Mark
Summit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I forget who asked the question. Oh, Johnny. Here's the problem with 5. Do the math. It means the Big Ten only gets 3 at most. And it means the ACC and the Big 12 are both one-bid leagues because the thought is Notre Dame will make it this year. They have a top 10 team. And so then you go 5, 3, 1, 1 Notre Dame in group of 5, and that's your 12. So that's why 5 is, I think once it goes to 14, you'll see the SEC or Big Ten get 5, but it's tough to expect. In fact, let's just say the ACC this year gets 2, Florida State, Clemson, or whatever. Then, it's tough for both the SEC and the Big Ten to even get 4. In fact, it's mathematically impossible if Notre Dame also qualifies. So. Ooh. Beach volleyball on Alcatraz with the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. I like that entry. I will say, Feeney, you're going out on a limb. That's 4 of the top 6 teams in the preseason poll. I will say Georgia's got a schedule this year.
Yes, they do.
For as weak as last year's was. Well, TJ Ellis, that's what his attorney said too.
Bill's good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Third hour of Miller and Moulton. Orlando Alzugaray will join us 1 hour from now to talk the Miami sports scene, little Dolphins, little Pitbull, and FIU. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday night, the 20th. Dr. Roto at the Doubletree, Shoeless Joe's, Fort Myers. Great event. Only one way to get in, millerandmoulton.com. Go and sign up. He's one of the best at what he does, which is cover college football for a living. He's Bill Bender. He writes for the Sporting News. Follow Bill on X, Bill Bender 92. Bill Bender 92. Bill, it's David and Mark once again. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, when I'm talking to you guys, I know we're getting close to the real thing. Great to be on. How you guys doing?
Well, we're good. We have a question we're just going to throw in underhanded and go off of what you say. What do you make of the whole NCAA hardball punishment yesterday?
They wanted to get him. I've believed that all along. I don't know the motivation behind it, but if the show cause was for the COVID, talking during the COVID restrictions, it's what they can get him on. I think with the whole sign stealing investigation and what's to come there, it's going to focus on punishing the coaches. They could find the program. I suppose they could give the program a postseason ban and vacate wins. I don't think the latter is going to happen. I'm speculating, of course. But it seems very silly to me. I guess I'm not reacting to this as much as others. And I also live in the bubble of Columbus where they're very interested to see what the outcome is.
All right. You had said you don't think they're going to postseason ban. I agree with you 100%. But as far as vacating wins, I actually think that's going to happen. It's just a matter of how many they take away and what that could, does that affect Big Ten titles? Does that affect national championships? But it certainly seems that they're not done with Michigan, Bill.
No, I agree with that. I mean, the next investigation, now you could fight that one. You could vacate wins. But kind of a question I was openly asking yesterday was, okay, are you going to vacate suspended Harbaugh last year? You're going to vacate games where he was already suspended, and are you going to vacate when they beat Penn State with Jerome Moore, Ohio State, Washington? I think that would be silly, personally, because all of that had passed. Now, if they want to vacate wins before that, go right ahead. I don't think the college football playoff is going to take away the national championship. It's kind of separate. So, and I'm just one of those guys. I've never seen the point in that, other than that the other rival fan bases can point their fingers. So, I mean, I always use the example of Louisville in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan doesn't get to claim that national championship because Louisville vacated it. So, what's the point? Is that fair?
Well, listen, we're not and have never been, Bill, in favor of taking banners down. We even go back to when Florida State lost a track and field title over an internet class that apparently turned out to be somewhat, nefarious. And there was one track athlete in it, and the NCAA took away an NCAA track and field championship over it. We're not in favor of taking banners down. But when they took the 10-win season away from Kentucky football last week, we got to thinking, well, heck, if they did that over bogus jobs at a hospital, what are they going to do about Connor Stallions?
Right. And that's a fair point. But it also goes back to the adage of Danian when he said they got. I was kind of saying this last week too. They got so mad at Michigan they punished Kentucky. And it's inconsistent the way that they rule. So I suppose those things could happen, like I said, and we'll wait and see. Now, one thing I'm very certain of is that when you watch the Connor Stallions documentary here in a few weeks, I think a guy who was taking Instagram pictures from the Rose Bowl of himself in Michigan gear is going to unload the clip on Michigan. You know what I mean? I think that's going to be a very self-serving, one-sided defense. Probably won't accomplish what he thinks it will. And it's going to make people mad and have an unsatisfactory conclusion. That's my guess, but I'm still going to watch it to find out.
So inside that bubble of Columbus, how honked off are they, or are they just putting more pressure on Day and the Buckeyes to finally be, to come back and do what they're supposed to do, and that's beat Michigan at the end of the year?
Well, this has provided a 2-week distraction from Ryan Day's got to beat Michigan all off season, and they have to win. And the illogical math of their season that I was talking about at Big Ten Media Day, where, in fairness, Ryan Day in Indy, he wasn't acting like that. He wasn't acting somebody that was feeling the pressure, probably because I always tell people, you don't act nervous when you got it, right? And he's got a heck of a roster coming back. 11 guys that probably could have went to the NFL draft all came back. You bring in Caleb Downs and Quinshot Judkins. All Will Howard has to do is be good. It's kind of like being handed the keys to a really fast car. Just don't wreck it. So they're going to be pretty good.
How sold are you on Will Howard?
Well, he won a Big 12 championship. And again, one of the things that's worth noting is Ohio State's last 3 national championship quarterbacks won some money at a bar. If you walk in and tell them this, it's Rex Kern, 1968. And the biggest reason I know that is he was from my hometown. Craig Krenzel. And then it was J.T. Barrett who got hurt, and then it was Cardell Jones. And one thing those 3 quarterbacks share is they were good leaders, but none of those guys went on to a great NFL career. They're Buckeye legends. I know who they are. I grew up knowing who they are. So he just needs to be good. He just needs to be solid. He can run. I think their offense changes a little bit this year where they run the ball more with Travion Henderson and Quinshot Judkins. And the other thing, guys, I don't know if this is good or bad in college football. They really don't play a game until October 12th against Oregon. And they're playing other teams in name, but man, when you have to wait 5 games, he's got plenty of time to settle in.
Bill Bender, he covers college football for the Sporting News. Follow him on X at BillBender92, BillBender92.
How close, in your estimation, is Oregon to Ohio State from a roster standpoint?
And they're going to be fun. They've gotten a lot of hype. I don't know if it made you guys take pause a little bit. I was a little surprised they were number 3. That's normally a Texas or an Alabama. But think about it, we like Dylan Gabriel, played a ton of football, 2 NFL tackles, Evan Stewart, Tez Johnson. I mean, they're going to be fast. They're going to be fun. They get Ohio State at home. So I have that October 12th date circled. And, they're going to be a really fun team. So I think Dan Lanning's starting to build them like an SEC powerhouse. I mean, he worked for Nick Saban. He worked for Kirby Smart. He's taking those lessons to the West Coast where they have a ton of money and a ton of resources. And so it should work. I was very impressed with him. Now, they are a little bit different than the rest of the buttoned-up Big Ten. I don't know if you've caught the doc on Twitter. He's been looking at all those Big Ten stadiums. So they'll be fun. I think it's a good breath of fresh air for the Big Ten to have them in there.
Is there an off-the-radar team at all, or Bill, do we just all know so much about teams now it's tough to find an off-the-radar team? Iowa's ranked, and we know they returned so many starters. They've got a favorable schedule. I mean, I don't even know if they qualify as off the radar, but is there anybody not predicted to be in the top 4 of the Big Ten that you really like?
Well, when Kirk Herbstreit says Rutgers could make the playoff, I mean, you can't really say anybody's off the radar anymore. I agree with your assessment of that, right? So,
Right.
when you say top 4, and I've answered the Penn State question all summer where, they need to get in the playoff.
Yep.
They would have been in the 12-team playoff plenty of times. Their schedule's friendly. Can I say USC, though?
Ooh.
A lot of people just assume that they're not going to play defense again, even though he hired Danton Lynn. And Miller Moss is not Caleb Williams, but they're coming off that bowl game where he threw 6 touchdowns against the solid Louisville team. We know Lincoln Riley can coach offense. I'm wondering, those Big Ten schools still have to stop USC. And that'll be different for them, too. So I'm wondering if they don't make a little noise with Lincoln Riley, even though they do have a very tough schedule.
Yes, they do.
If they beat LSU in the opener, that bandwagon will fill up really quickly.
There's no doubt, and just the opposite of Ohio State schedule. They have to make their hay early with that LSU game. They play Michigan and Wisconsin early, so we're going to find out everything we need to know about USC by early October.
Yeah, and they still have Notre Dame. And for all these critics of Lincoln Riley and the schedule, this is a product of what the SEC and the Big Ten is now, is where, for the team that has an easy schedule like a Rutgers or an Iowa, USC's is brutal. Michigan's brutal. In the SEC, I know you guys have spent time talking about Florida's got the most ridiculous schedule I've ever seen.
Thank you.
And some of that is the product of, being in these new super conferences where they have to schedule games. And then I start to wonder, okay, if I'm USC, when Lincoln Riley talks about taking Notre Dame off the schedule, I'm kind of against the grain where I'm like, makes sense, especially if you're playing Michigan and Ohio State every year.
Bill, we got about 30 seconds. We asked a poll question last week. College football fan, what's more important beginning this year? Beating your arch rival or making the playoff? And
I know up here at Ohio State, it's still beating Michigan. I don't think it's like that everywhere anymore. And we're going to have to adjust our expectations because it's going to feel more like the NFL.
Bill Bender covers college football for The Sporting News. Follow him on X at BillBender92. Read his stuff, sportingnews.com. Bill, be well, safe travels. Hopefully we can talk soon.
No problem, guys. Thanks so much.
Bill Bender. One of those guys, very gracious with his time, answers the phone for a lot of sports talk radio shows around the country.
Loves doing it. Very good at what he does. And it was funny. He just, like he said on the air, he said it to me off air. He goes, we're getting close. Starting to get calls from you guys again. I love it.
You should have said, now, come on, we call you every month.
He's ready.
Come on now. I mean, Bill Bender's like our Red Hat Society. We go to lunch once a month with Bill Bender, don't we?
Yes, we do. By the
Come
way,
on.
USC opens with LSU, September 21st at Michigan, September 28th home for Wisconsin, October 12th home for Penn State.
They're also at Washington, I believe, and they host Notre Dame.
Right.
That's
a big boy schedule, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, they could be 9-3, and you'd have to go, well, I don't know. I think they're one of the 12 best teams. Orlando Alzugaray in about 45 minutes here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think this is a big year for Dion. I mean, he doesn't have to do great things, but I do think he needs to get Colorado in a bowl game at the very least. The other thing that he has to do right now, Irish, is he's got to prove that the stories that are out there about him basically having a renegade program are not true.
Well, and belittling players, and I mean, the things that are, I mean, the negative press that's coming out on him is pretty harsh right now. How about, I'm with David, how about win 6 games at Colorado before we start talking about him getting a job in the SEC? That's all. And Irish, you have to admit, you're much higher on Colorado than the nation is. That's one of your teams. So between, you and Ambient on the Broncos and Colorado, I don't see it.
And everybody has to remember, Miller and Moulton are big Dion guys.
Yes.
We are. We're in the tank for Dion. But reality, right, it's the first time since he's been in Colorado that he's taken a bunch of grief. Because he even spun the whole, farming out 80 guys and basically said, well, they were 1-11. And most people went, oh, okay.
I mean, Phil Steele has him picked 13th in the Big 12. 13th. And thinks they will contend for a bowl game.
They go to UCF this year, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, he comes to Orlando.
I'll tell you what, win your first game. You play North Dakota State. Just win that one.
I'll give you a surprise team in the Big Ten, by the way. And bring the grief. I deserve all of it. This is very Mark Miller of me. Nebraska. This is the Chargers and the Canes coming out of Mark's mouth. I think their quarterback is going to be a stud. Stud. They lost a lot of close games last year. They had over 30 turnovers from the quarterback position. I'm telling you,
Phil Steele agrees with you.
And I haven't even read Phil Steele's magazine yet. By the way, Phil Steele Wednesday, everybody.
He's got them number 2 on his most improved list.
I think Nebraska's got a real shot to win 9.
I can see 8-9 games on that schedule. Yeah.
Boy, it'd be nice to get Nebraska back as a top 25 program. the Big 12 beg him to come back. Most polite fans I've ever seen, Nebraska fans. Home or away. Yeah, they did, but they give the next one who wins 9 games an extension.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday night, the 20th, presented by Floormeisters. millerandmoulton.com, sign up. Text the show, 21,000. You may need a new keyword. We had to change it in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Keyword Miller. So if you haven't done that already, put in, 21,000 Miller, boom, and then you're in and fire away. Bill Bender, we asked him, Mark, last segment, give us a team a little off the radar in the Big Ten. And he said, it may sound funny, but I'm going to give you USC because everybody's assuming they're going to come into the conference and give up 40 a game and not do all that well. Can I give you a team in the Big Ten?
Okay. It's not Rutgers, is it?
It is not, and everybody's talking them up.
Well, they're talking the schedule up.
Yeah. It's Georgia's schedule from last year, and they're an upperclassman-based team, but they got a couple. I mean, they could win 9 games. They could, and still not be that great of a team.
They could win 10 games and not be that great of a team.
But let me give you a team, and I'm counting on some young players producing right away. Nebraska.
All right. 5 to 7 a year ago, but they're bringing back a lot of starters on both sides of the ball.
They are. Now, I will say they got to replace some offensive linemen, and they just lost a guy to injury for the year also who was going to be a plug-and-play guy on the O-line. So that's a big loss for them. But, Mark, to me, the comparison that I make is their quarterback play last year was like the quarterback play the Jets got. That's how bad it was. That's how much it led to losing winnable games. They've got a stud. The guy who's waiting in the wings at Florida. That's who Nebraska is going to play this year, if you know what I mean. And I mean, I will say he's got all the mannerisms of Mahomes. I mean, he stands in the shotgun the exact same way that Mahomes does. He literally, if you look at him, it's kind of like when Kobe first debuted and you go, oh, wow, he's like a mirror image of MJ. That's what this, Dylan Raiola guy is at Nebraska. But I'm telling you, Mark, he could be like a Caleb Williams type talent. And I believe in the coach. And they had 4 losses by a field goal last year in a 5-7 season. And they're better this year because he's had a whole other year to recruit and transfer portal. I'll tell you what, give me 9 wins for Nebraska as my, going off the radar here. I'll give you Nebraska 9-3.
Well, their schedule is incredibly favorable. And for a young quarterback, it's even more favorable, David, because they open with games out. Colorado's their most difficult opponent in their first 5 games, really.
And they get them at home.
They play UTEP, Colorado, Northern Iowa, and Illinois, all at home to start their season. Then they're at Purdue, picked to be dead last in the conference. Then they host Rutgers. Could actually be an early Big Ten game that has some meaning to it if Rutgers can do what they're expected to do this year.
Could you imagine one of those teams 5-0, the other 4-1?
But then they go to Indiana, very winnable game. Then they play at the Buckeyes. That's a loss. They host UCLA, obviously a winnable game. They have a bye week before they go to USC. Boy, that's a Big Ten matchup we all expected. Nebraska at USC. I mean, that screams Big Ten Network. Then they play Wisconsin and at Iowa. So their last three are difficult.
Hold on a second. We've got Nebraska an underdog in one of their first 8 games, and you think Nebraska USC would be on the Big Ten Network?
Just having fun, David.
I was going to
Nebraska
say
playing USC. Okay,
I know.
Nebraska and USC.
I know.
That just screams Big Ten rivalry, doesn't it?
I was going to say, you know what it screams, Mark? It screams Fiesta Bowl back in the day is what it screams. Somehow USC didn't win the Pac-8, 10, or 12 and go to the Rose Bowl, and somehow Nebraska 10-2 or 11-1 didn't win the Big 8 or Big 12, and so both teams ended up meeting in the Fiesta Bowl. What a great-looking game that would be. Dick Enberg calling it on NBC. Anyway.
So what you're saying is you're willing to go over 7.5
Yeah.
on Nebraska.
I am. I'll be very disappointed if they don't win at least 8 games. With that schedule, they have a stud quarterback. I know he's young. He could make mistakes. I get it. But I think he's the answer. I really do. I think he's the real deal.
It's another bet made on the show. We have bet over Nebraska 7.5 on the advice from one David Moulton. I think we have over Iowa this year. We have a few overs. We had over Cincinnati Reds, who let us down last night, losing to the Marlins in a must-win game if the Reds were going to get to 82 wins.
Yep. Needed the 4-game sweep, the Marlins, so they need to win the getaway game today, at least take 3 out of 4 in the series. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. I don't know why I went all hockey there, but come on, boys.
21,000's the text line, the Fantasy Football Summit coming up on August 20th. You can sign up at millerandmoulton.com as we've been talking a lot of college football today. Bill Bender on the show. Obviously, the news of the NCAA slapping Jim Harbaugh with a 4-year show cause laughable penalty because, well, Jim Harbaugh is not going to coach college football anytime soon, and I don't know why anybody would expect him to. But what does this mean for Michigan going forward?
Right.
And how much more harshly will the NCAA be towards the University of Michigan as they now zero in on the sign stealing scandal? This was all based on the double cheeseburger that Harbaugh had for breakfast.
Now, we think that the NCAA came down as hard as they did on Harbaugh because he was uncooperative. Well, the NCAA has already publicly said that Michigan has been uncooperative. And they've also publicly said that coaches who were initially uncooperative, now some of them, when faced with evidence that countered what they said the first time, have been a little more cooperative the second. But if they came down this hard on Jim Harbaugh, even though it means nothing, because he's in the NFL and not expected to return to college football ever, certainly not within the next 4 years, which is when the penalties on him hold true. But if they punish Jim Harbaugh this much for lying to them, for being uncooperative, well, they've basically already said the same thing about Michigan in the Connor Stallion story. So don't you think they then will come down hard on Michigan? We just don't know what the definition of come down hard is.
I think they'll come down as hard as they can without doing anything going forward other than fines. I think they'll take wins away. I think they will fine Michigan heavily. If they come up with these deleted text messages between Moore and Connor Stallions, could it mean more punishments for the head coach at Michigan?
Well, that to me would be come down hard. If they punish the current head coach, that to me is coming down hard. But Mark, to me, taking away wins from the past, we all laugh at that. if you're the NCAA, don't you laugh? I mean, doesn't somebody in the room go, guys, they laugh at us when we do this? You think Kentucky football cares? You took away a 10-win season? Now, if you took away basketball wins, they'd care. They don't care about that. Now, you take away future stuff from Michigan. What if you say they're ineligible for the playoff?
See, I don't think that'll ever happen. And I don't know, David, I don't know how the NCAA even does that. They don't control the playoffs. So how can they make someone ineligible for the postseason when they have nothing to do with the postseason?
Do you think if they came forward and said, we're putting them on 2 years probation and they're ineligible for the postseason both years, do you think the Big Ten would override that? Because that's what they'd have to do.
Probably not.
Do you think the 12 people in the room in Dallas would override that and put them in the playoff anyway if they thought they were worthy?
No, I don't.
Well, then it would have real teeth if they did it. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
This is Miller & Moulton.
Did you see the story that came out last night about, is it Callaway who owns Topgolf?
I did not see the
And
story.
apparently business is down 8%. And that Callaway is kind of re-examining, what they're doing with Topgolf. And the first thing I thought of was, well, you don't spend anything on advertising. You just, you build them by the highways. You get a lot of free advertising from the land you buy and all that. But have you seen a Topgolf ad? Have you heard a Topgolf ad?
I've never heard one. I don't know if they do anything. I've never seen anything on the Golf Channel. I actually watch the Golf Channel.
Right. Now I know that, it's Topgolf's also supposed to be like, date night, not necessarily for the avid golfer. We get it, but
Do they sponsor Top Tracer on the CBS tournaments?
they do. Okay. They should. Did you see the French steeplechase woman? She set a personal best. She finished fourth, but she set a European record in the steeplechase. She goes over to the side to hug her fiance. She proposed to him.
Know who rides the horse in that family?
Well, and I haven't gone in 3 years to a Topgolf. But then again, I don't hit the little white ball anymore. I've had trouble with my one hand, and although it's taken some medicine for something else, it's actually helped. So I may try to beat the white ball around a little bit. But it's interesting that you guys say it's probably too expensive.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the Big O. Orlando Alzugaray joins us here on Miller and Moulton. Our poll question today, go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote. So you know the teams that are predicted in the NFL. The season begins, by the way, 4 weeks tonight. Predicted to finish last. We took the obvious ones out of the equation. You know, the Arizonas, the New Englands, the Carolinas. And we picked, out of the other 5, we picked 4 of them and said, hey, which one of these teams that's picked to finish last, you do not think will finish last? In amongst the Steelers, the Vikings, the Broncos, the Giants. Mark, the Steelers are getting over 70% of the vote.
Is it that people are that high on the Steelers or that down on the other 3?
I think they're saying the Steelers never finish last. Why would I don't care what anybody's saying. I'm betting on Mike Tomlin. We all know, never had a losing season, Mike Tomlin. And I'll at least bet on him to finish third. I also don't think if Bo Nix or Jared Stidham in Denver, Daniel Jones with the Giants, Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, you know, I don't think people have a lot of faith in the quarterback play for the other 3 teams.
Fair enough. I mean, there's no reason to have a lot of faith in any of those teams at the quarterback position because we don't even know who's starting in Denver yet or in Minnesota. And the Giants, like you said, going with Daniel Jones, what do you expect there?
I will say the people that are covering Broncos training camp, like Stidham is listed as a starter, but the people who are covering it are like, yeah, I think Bo Nix is going to win the job. That, snaps are even, but when there's like a 50 seconds on the clock and, drive in to get a field goal, they put Bo Nix on the field. There's little times when apparently Sean Payton's putting the kid out there saying, hey, show me what you got.
And it's funny because Sean Payton released his first depth chart, and Bo Nix was listed as the third-string quarterback.
Right.
Bo, when asked about it, says couldn't care less. They doubled down and tried to ask, couldn't care less. I think he said it 3 times.
All I know is Zach Taylor's not taking any first-team snaps, and I am. So we only got 3 quarterbacks here, so I know I'm not third. Do think it's funny, 2 Auburn quarterbacks, Stidham and Nix, talking about the offenses that they had to play under at Auburn. So what do you think? It's a lot better, isn't it? I mean, they had to play for Gus, which was not always, a great passing offense. So I'm sure they're happy to be in Denver, besides the fact they're getting paid more money. But anyway, that's our poll question. Steelers getting over 70% of the vote. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. I try, and you and I have made the backbone of our show on 3 or 4 statements. Follow the money. It's all a TV show. Please keep that in mind. And the only thing that counts in the preseason is what, Mark?
Injuries.
So I am trying to ignore what came out of the Lions-Giants 2 days of practicing against one another. Because besides the fights and the fines, what came out of those 2 days apparently is that the wide receiver the Giants drafted is the biggest beast that people have seen in like 10 years. That he was, quote, uncoverable, unquote. Targeted 18 times in 2 scrimmages for 17 catches. And this was going against the Lions' first string. Now, hey, we don't think the Lions have the greatest secondary in the world, but they have tried to upgrade it.
With the draft and a trade. I mean, they've completely overhauled their secondary.
And apparently this neighbor's kid, was, what did, identical. He was untouchable. So, for those of you in fantasy, I'm just saying this, it's Daniel Jones at quarterback. I know. But
they don't have a lot of receivers. He's going to get a lot of targets.
Yep.
It was fun watching the offseason Hard Knocks, and they obviously edit that incredibly well and set you up to believe it. But Dable loved Neighbors throughout. I mean, they kept showing, man, that guy's got a lot of dog in him. I mean, he kept going back to Neighbors, and as they drafted him, the GM there looks right at him and goes, well, you said he was the best receiver in the draft.
People who have covered the Giants for more than 10 years have said, well, he's better at this stage than Odell was. And think about Odell Beckham's first 4 years in this league. That's up there. His first 4 years in the league, about as good as you've ever done at the receiver position. Now, I was lucky enough. I saw Randy Moss as a rookie, and I don't think there'll ever be anything like that ever again. Amazing. That size, that speed. I mean, he single-handedly ended the Packers' run in the 90s. That's how good he was. But just throwing that out there, if you're going to believe August hype, apparently the first-round pick of the Giants is somebody that you jump into the deep end with.
Now
Just
the quarterback's just got to get him the ball when the live bullets are coming at him, because it's easy in a scrimmage when the quarterback's wearing red and he knows he's not going to get hit.
Yep. And not only that, Mark, the line, which gave up over 70 sacks last year, 70 plus sacks last year. Yeah. Worst line in the league, one of the 5 worst starting quarterbacks in the league until proven otherwise. So don't know if you can draft a skilled player on the Giants in your fantasy league, but just saying, and this isn't just, quote, New York hype, which we all know there's a lot of that.
But the New York football hype's done on the other football team, not on the Giants. There is no hype on the Giants heading into this year. There really is not.
No. But also, apparently, I'm also just telling you what the Lions beat people were saying who covered the 2 days, who were like, oh, snap. This guy's a beast. This guy's a problem. By the way, the injuries, just see Christian Watson yesterday. They think it's minor. They think he just took a knee in the lower leg and it's a bruise, but he was down on the field for a long time. The team actually circled around him for a time being. He limped off on his own power, had a little hitch in his giddy up as he made his way off the field. They say it's minor, but this is a guy who can't stay healthy, and he could be terrific. And they need him if they're going to be terrific.
Thank you, David. They need him desperately. He is such a dynamic deep threat for them. He changes the way you defend the Packers. That is a big deal.
So just, obviously won't play, may not play at all in the preseason, but just pay attention to that. When does he return to practice? How does he look? Probably sometime next week. Just pay attention to that. Christian Watson of the Packers.
Where would you be with preseason? Like Andy Reid came out and said his first team's playing most of the first quarter in their first game. Where would you be on how you'd handle starters in preseason?
One of the 3 games that my starters would play a half. They would. And in fact, they may, although I've had a lot of people tell me it's garbage, it doesn't mean a thing. But if I had enough people convince me that, hey, let's just do a halftime adjustment and have them come out and do the first drive of the third quarter. But I've had a lot of people tell me that's garbage. So I'm torn on whether or not I'd give them 1 series in the third quarter or but I'd probably, Mark, just do a half. Like I was talking to somebody last night about the Gators, and they asked about the backup there, the 5-star kid. And they're like, how much do you want to see him this year? And I'm like, I want to see him play the third and fourth quarter against Sanford, and that's it. That's it. I want Mertz to be playing everything else, and let's try to win as many games as we can. He'll have plenty of time. I'm not putting in packages for him. I'm not trying to get him on the field for 6 to 9 plays a game. No.
Would you put him in mop-up duty in either way? I mean, because they could suffer some big losses, and they could have a handful of wins. I mean,
if they're down 21 points, if they're down 3 scores in the final half of the fourth quarter, sure, I'd put them in a game.
Because with that schedule, there could be a decent amount of that.
There could be. I mean, I'd like to think that the Gators are good enough this year, Mark, to not get blown out, even against Georgia. I mean, if they make the blue chip index of one of only 16 teams in the country who have over half their roster be 4- and 5-star recruits, I know they're young in a lot of places, but I would just like to think talent-wise, Mark, that they can stay on the field with most everybody they're playing. And they have the bye week before the Georgia game. If I'm a Gator fan, obviously I'd love to beat Georgia, but could we compete with Georgia? Can we take the game? Remember how Dan Mullen progressed against Georgia the first 3 years? He took them into the third quarter the first year. He took them into early fourth quarter the next year, the great goal line stand by the defense, and then he beat them. I mean, that's kind of what I want to see out of the Gators this year with Napier. Can I take them to late third quarter before they're just too good for us and they wear us down?
And that's the first of that 5-game gauntlet at the end of the season for Florida. By the end of it, Florida could be beaten up to a point where they may want to play the young quarterback more towards the end because, David, I don't know. You're right. They've got the blue chips, but they don't have the depth yet.
No.
And I'm fearful in that 5-game stretch that they're just going to get worn right out.
And that's why the hope is that bye week, so that they will begin the stretch having taken a breather. Okay, let's go. But you're right. It's brutal. I mean, what are we talking? Georgia, Ole Miss, Texas, Florida State.
And LSU.
I mean, golly. So let's see. Georgia's ranked 1, right? Who's next?
Texas, at Texas.
That's 4, right?
Right. Home for LSU.
That's 12.
Home for Ole Miss, who's coming off a bye, by the way.
6.
And then at Florida State.
Which is 10 right now.
Yeah.
Right. So that's 1, 4, 12, 6, and 10. Right. I will say this. These games, I think, are going to be very impactful, though, with the 12-team playoff. Like, I think Texas will have 1 or 2 losses when they play Florida. That'll be an absolute must-win for Texas. Texas is trying to get a wild card spot, if you will. They got to win out. I think Ole Miss could have 2 losses and have to win out down the stretch when they play Florida. And I think Florida State will have to beat the Gators to be in contention unless they're already in the ACC title game. But, Florida State, we talked about it. Florida State's got a tricky schedule. There's like 5 games on that schedule that you look at and you go, they could lose this game. I don't necessarily think they will, but they could.
At SMU, at Miami, at Notre Dame, home for Clemson and the Gators. That's
5. Come on now. Could lose those games.
And to your point, Ole Miss has LSU, Georgia, and Oklahoma on their schedule.
Right. So I think the Gators are actually going to be like the spoiler team in November.
Well, and Texas better go to Ann Arbor and beat Michigan.
Agreed.
They're getting them early before Michigan will have their act together with a lot of new players. I mean, that's for Texas to do what they want to do. They have to go into Ann Arbor and beat the University of Michigan.
Michigan's got Texas and USC at home in September. And then they've got at Washington in October, but it's a pretty soft October besides at Washington. And then they've got Oregon, Ohio State in November.
And they have Oregon at home, I believe.
I believe so, yes. So think about that home schedule, by the way. Texas, USC, Oregon. That's your home schedule.
And you get to play for the Little Brown Jug at home.
Oh, my goodness. Finally. Play Minnesota. Never mind, they get Sparty at home as well. So
it's going to be a long day for Sparty.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Michigan State and Purdue expected to battle it out for dead last in the Big Ten. Miller and Moulton. Orlando Alzugaray has been live at Dolphins training camp for a couple weeks now. We'll talk to him about how he thinks they look, his thoughts on the FIU Pitbull deal. The Big O, Orlando Alzugaray, for the Diamond District Bonus Hour next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Identical. Oh, Wes, I don't know who you're talking about there. Hope it's not us. Although we've been called worse. Bump, bump. Yeah, I couldn't see it. What I got here? You WIP guy, Wes? Or the other one? Beasley owns one of them.
All good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Time for the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Fourth and final hour on this Thursday. Pat Kerwin on the show for a Football Friday tomorrow. Phil Steele next Wednesday, 8 a.m., 30 straight minutes. Talking college football with Bill Steele. It's always a pleasure to welcome back a busy, hardworking guy, Orlando Alzugaray. Nobody in our estimation does a better job daily covering the South Florida sports scene, and he's a music aficionado to boot. The Big O Radio Show podcast. It begins most days at 10 a.m. You can follow him on X at Big O Show. Big O Show. Big O, it's David and Mark. How you been?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. Just kind of fighting a little bit of a cold this week, but having some fun going to camp and sweating those toxins out. That's what I'm doing.
All right. Well, in the trenches where they're sweating it out at camp, how are they looking? Because we know that the Miami Dolphins, from a skill position standpoint, are exceptional. Not sure if they can get it done against the great teams, but can they get it done in the trenches this year, Orlando?
By the way, it's been 40-plus years that they don't win on the West Coast, that they don't win in cold games, that they don't go deep in the playoffs, that they haven't won a Super Bowl in 50 years. So it's not really a problem of the last year or two. I'm not sure if people were following the Dolphins, but the Dolphins have been chokers and haven't been crossing over big moments for well over 40 years. So Mike McDaniel and Tua and Chris Greer and company, they've got a long streak to break. It isn't this streak that just happened. This has been going on for a long time. It was going on during the Marino years where they would win a lot of games, and then when they get to playoffs, they rarely ever were making any kind of deep runs. They made their one deep run back in the 80s and really didn't do a lot of that overall. So it's been a problem for a long time for Miami, not being able to win in big moments. So this is a big thing that they've got to overcome. Are they ready for it? Guys, listen, I'm a little bit different than most. The injuries the last 2 years at the end of the season has been way too much for them to overcome. So I didn't have a lot of expectations by the time you got to the end of the year with your team completely, 60% injured on the IR and you're missing key guys. So if they can stay healthy, I think they've got a shot. Now, here's my issue right now. I'm still not sure about the offensive line. They'll be creative enough because they're smart. They're really good at coaching up offensive linemen. But if we really look at the five guys that are playing, Armstead is the only special one. And he's the guy that can't play 17 games because, unfortunately, his body can't hold up. He's phenomenal when he plays, and he doesn't even have to practice much, which shows how special he is. But when you start looking at the talent that is along the other four, we're not talking about extraordinary talents. And so that's why it's kind of a tough combination to go expect them to become a great offensive line. So they've got to become serviceable and do a decent job. And last year they gave to about 2 seconds. So he doesn't really have a lot of time to go through all his progressions. You're supposed to get 2.8 seconds. That's supposed to be your max. And he's not getting almost that entire second. And so that's been an issue for them. And so now the question is, can you get that line? And right now, here's the other thing about being old. Gives you some perspective, man. This is my 34th year covering it. When we were, 20, 30 years ago, there was two-a-days, there was hitting, a lot of hitting, and you kind of got a great feel for if a team can actually go out there and do things. So far in the first 2 weeks, even with a scrimmage, with 2 practices against the Falcons, they still don't have enough. And remember, Isaiah Wynn, who's supposed to be their starting left guard, has not come back yet from the injury, from the PUP list. And Teron Armstead is just practicing on running on the side. He's not really practicing with the team because you don't really need him to do that. You just want him to stay in conditioning. So it's really hard to get a feel for it. And then yesterday, Aaron Brewer hurt his right hand, and so Eichenberg goes back to center again. So now you pulled him away from right guard, where, if he's going to get better anywhere, he needs to stay in one place and settle. So that's really the key right now. That's what I've been watching a lot, because I know they can pass the ball. I know they've got dynamic runners, but I'm not breaking any news here, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't control the line of scrimmage, you're not going to go very far in the NFL. So I'm not exactly sure yet if the Dolphins can control the line of scrimmage.
Are they going to try to, Big O, are they going to try to diversify the offense at all? I mean, they really didn't use a third wide receiver last year. The tight end's role is not a big one. Do you think they're going to diversify, or is it just going to be such a heavy load on their top two wideouts?
No. Guaranteed. I'll put anything you want on it. Jonnu Smith is being used in tight end screens. He's being used coming out of the backfield. Julian Hill, who flashed last year but was a youngin', this year looks absolutely comfortable running routes. He's catching things. He's a nice find. He's a big kid, strong kid, can run, can block. In fact, it's starting to look like, like Durham Smythe is going where he belongs, the number 3 tight end. He'll go from number 1 to number 3. Jonnu Smith will be used a lot. So will Julian Hill. So they've got 2 guys that they can use. And remember, I just told you, if you're only going to get 2 to 2.1 seconds to throw, you need to throw to running backs and you need to throw to tight ends, because those are the higher percentage throws. And yet Tua wasn't throwing those. He was throwing to the lower percentage throws, which are the wide receivers. And as for the slot receiver, there's no doubt in my mind you're going to see a slot receiver here. Braxton Berrios will come back from the injury. Malik Washington, the kid from Virginia, is looking fantastic. He had a really good practice here. I was looking forward to seeing him against the Falcons with pads, and the kid showed up big, and that's what I like to see. I like to see kids come through in these kind of moments. And then they brought in Willie Snead. And this is a sneaky move. Willie Snead played in San Francisco, knows the system. Okay, so this is what I picked up on it. They bring in Willie Snead, and today's practice squad in the NFL is so big, and you can hide all kinds of players. Nobody's going to want Willie Snead at 31 years old at this point. So he's here to make sure that guys like Malik and all the other guys that are going to try to play the slot, see him do it. And so it's kind of a coach that you could stash on the practice squad if you want to after. I kind of get the feeling that that's why he's here, to kind of run the routes and an insurance policy, worst case scenario or something. But yeah, he is in good shape. He has looked like he's in good shape at least. But it's interesting. They are doing everything to develop that third receiver. Remember, Odell Beckham, once he joins, and everything I'm hearing, Odell's looking great. They're in no hurry to bring him back. But I'm hearing he's running like the wind, so he's looking good. But Odell is not a slot. So when Odell plays, he'll play on the outside. And remember, year 1 for Waddle, he played a lot of inside because they didn't have a lot of time. So Tua had to find Waddle quickly, because that's kind of the way Tua's lived. He's lived his life behind a bad offensive line for 4 years that just doesn't give him time. And Waddle played a lot of slot. And Tyree can play some slot. So whenever Odell plays, he'll play on the outside, filling in for one of the other guys. And then one of those other guys could go inside, or maybe a Berrios or a Malik, and then you're going to have the tight ends. And you're also going to see, now that Jalen Wright has been added, at the end of the year, Mostert and Achane were injured. They were banged up. And they were playing, but they were banged up, as everybody knows. They weren't themselves. That's why they went and got Jalen Wright, because he has the same DNA as Mostert and Achane, same dude. This allows them to maintain the same offense, because when you got to bring in Wilson, or you got to bring in Ahmed, who's I don't think going to make the team this year, or Chris Brooks, you change the offense, because those running backs aren't nearly as dynamic as Mostert and Achane, of course. Well, Jalen Wright has the same dynamic qualities. And so now, and by the way, they're running up the middle. Yesterday against the Falcons, we saw a lot of runs up the middle with Jalen Wright. We saw him with the fullback. So Ingold. So you're going to see different elements to the offense this year. So they plan to run up the middle. They plan to throw to the running back.
Right.
They plan to throw to the tight end. So yes, the offense, I guarantee you, will get diversified a little bit, and that will definitely help out Tua.
What are you seeing on defense now? They made the change from Fangio to Anthony Weaver as the coordinator. How much philosophically has the defense changed, Orlando?
Oh well, what I see is guys are happy now, and they like what they're doing. And Fangio did a great job. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Here's a guy that didn't get along with his players. Here's a guy that was inflexible with flexible players. Like Jalen Ramsey's a guy you can move around like a chess piece. He refused to do that. Okay? What's it called? You're going to see Javon Holland. Javon Holland, when he was drafted out of Oregon, Javon Holland can play the slot. He can cover your tight ends. He can play strong and secure the run. He can play center field. He is also a Swiss Army knife. What you're going to see with Weaver is he's going to use guys' flexibility on defense, and he's going to move them around. Chop Robinson was over the center on a play, blowing up a run 2 days ago. You know, you're going to see different things that you were not seeing because Fangio is old and set in his ways. You know, it's what's the example I love to use? Berkshire Hathaway. What's this guy's name?
Warren Buffett.
What's his name? Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has not adjusted to Bitcoin. Why? He doesn't need to. He's old. He's set in his ways. He made all his money. Doesn't need to. Sometimes some people don't need to change their ways. They are set. They do things right. We had a restaurant down here named Flanagan's. They're set in their ways. They do a great job. They do it all the time. They're fine. Sometimes when you're set in your ways, you're good. It worked out for him, but he wasn't flexible. He wasn't willing to maximize what he had. Against Tennessee, he didn't blitz Will Levis, and he let him just go down the field because he wasn't a blitzer. And Fangio's defenses aren't blitzing defenses. So he let the kid pick them apart. Lamar Jackson, another guy you got to constantly blitz because he struggles when you blitz him because he's not a great passer as it is. He let him pick him apart, and boom, he ended up losing. So he did things that he wasn't willing to adjust. This guy is willing to adjust, and he's moving people around. Cater Coe, who had a terrible year last year after a fantastic rookie season, now he's looking more comfortable. A young guy. Young guys struggled with this guy. Cam Smith, unfortunately, suffered another injury, so that really has nothing to do with Fangio last year, but he didn't get along with him, and neither did Javon Holland. And so, you know, this is a problem for them. You had players, and they're willing to do other things to help the defense, and you weren't willing to move them around. So that's one thing. Now, he is unproven, so I don't know if he's going to be a great defensive coordinator. But man, I get a great vibe right now from what I'm seeing from the defense. I really like what I'm seeing. It's much more aggressive.
He's Orlando Alzugaray, the Big O Show. It's 10 a.m. weekdays. Cover South Florida better than anybody. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Tom at the
and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Like that over the air?
What's that?
Did that Diamond District spot sound like that over the air?
That loud?
No. It was totally. The first 20 seconds of it sounded like it was broken up. It sounded very distorted.
Oh, I don't know.
But Brett, were you listening on Twitch or were you listening on the radio?
I don't know. I had so much going on there. I wasn't paying much attention to it, to be honest with you.
Okay. No. We know that, Jules and Brett and T. Haynes. Right. We know that on Twitch it was breaking up and distorted. I'm just curious, is that how it's going over the radio?
Probably. Speaking of which, did you get a hold of that Melissa yesterday?
I left 3 messages. I sent her multiple emails. I filled out the application to pay for what it is we have to pay for.
Right.
And have gotten, now they're on Mountain Time, but I have gotten no anything, I sent it to her. I sent it to sales. I also sent it to Josh.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, along with a pick or two and a final thought or two, is a little more than 15 minutes away. Our poll question today. So, you know the teams in the NFL that are predicted to finish last. We took the easy ones out of the equation, or at least we tried to. You know, Carolina, New England, Arizona. So amongst the rest, and Mark even said, you know what, let's take the Titans out of the equation. All right. So if you have paid attention to people's prognostications, the Vikings, the Broncos, the Giants, the Steelers are being picked for last. Which of those teams do you think they're not going to finish last? And apparently we should have taken the Steelers off the list, Mark, because over 70% of the people are like, yeah, Steelers aren't finishing last. Don't care what the so-called experts say. They ain't finishing last. So.
Yeah, they didn't like our poll question today. They thought this was an easy one. This was a layup. That there's no way the Steelers have to remember this one if the Steelers do indeed finish last and one of these other teams scrapes themselves off the bottom of the barrel and finishes a little higher than we expect them to.
What I find maybe not interesting about our poll question, although I guess it would have been an interesting one if we took Pittsburgh off and put Tennessee back on. But the Vikings owner, Mark, has not extended the contracts of his coach and general manager. Now, they've won 20 games their first 2 years. They made the playoffs in 2022. But they just went, 7-10? And they're in transition. We all think that's why they're the team that's picked to finish last. And when confronted last week at practice and said, hey, you know, these guys seem to be doing what you want. They won as many games as they could with Kirk Cousins, and they were doing fine until he got hurt last year. Now you want to transition, go to a different quarterback. Okay. Well, why aren't you going to extend their contract? And he's pulling Jerry Jones. He's like, no, we'll just play it out, see what happens.
Yeah, I find that interesting. What everybody thinks is going to be a really good division this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Green Bay, better, same, or worse than a year ago. You have to go better. As young as they are, improvement just of the players that are back. Bears are going to be, I think, better than they were a year ago.
Agreed.
The Lions right now, I don't know if the record will be the same or better, but the Lions look to be a better team than they were a year ago at this time.
Yes. So 2 betters and a same. All right. Or 3 betters in that division. And now here's the Vikings. Same, better, or worse than a year ago at this time.
Well, they're worse.
Of course they are. Now, I will say this. The Vikings defense could be top 10 in the league. I mean, this is where the Vikings and Patriots are both interesting, Mark. Defensively, they're both pretty darn good. And the Vikings have some weapons on offense. You know, they got arguably the best wide receiver in the league. They've got one of the best weapons at tight end, if you can say healthy.
When he's back.
Right. You know, the Vikings' number 2 wide receiver, if he's not getting suspended for his DUI arrest.
I was going to say when he's back.
Right. Although I have a feeling he may start the year playing for the Vikings and might get suspended midway through the year.
But there's talk that they might not suspend him at all this year, period.
Right.
That it could actually be a suspension for the 25 season.
Because he goes to court in the second week of October, I believe. So unless he, pleads in some way, shape, or form, this may not get fully adjudicated till after this season. But, if the Vikings, if they have a top 12.
They've not done anything with Rice yet in Kansas City. So to think something's going to happen to Addison before the season starts, I think is,
right,
just off base.
I agree. But if I tell you that the Patriots and Vikings are going to have top 10/top 12 defenses, you start to wonder, well, I don't think much of their offense, but how bad are they going to be? Well, look at the divisions they're in. Right now on paper, they clearly seem to be the worst team in their divisions.
But Mark, what if the Vikings got, listen, above average quarterback play? What if Sam Darnold shocks them out of us? You know, he's older now. He's not the guy he was with the Jets. And Sam Darnold goes out and on a scale of 1 to 10 is a 6. With a top 10 defense, with the number 1 wide receiver in the league.
Aaron Jones carrying the football too. I mean, they've got,
you know, a solid number 2 receiver. They're going to get the tight end back. I mean, I think the coach, especially, I'm higher on the coach than the GM, but I think they're doing a fine job, especially the coach. But we'll see. Somebody's got to finish last.
Yes, they do. That is going to rival divisions as being the best division in football this year.
Ooh.
That's going to run the 2 Norths, maybe the 2 best divisions.
Ooh. Boy, that's to put another division in the same area code as the AFC North, I think is going something, just because obviously all 4 teams last year finished above 500 in the AFC North.
Which I don't think will happen this year in the AFC North. One of those teams will end up 8-9, 7-10, just the way things go. And you look at Green Bay, better or worse? We think better. Chicago, better or worse? We think better. Detroit, better or worse? You want to go same? Fine.
I will say the NFC North, not a great backup quarterback situation. I mean, you know, what, Sean Clifford behind Jordan Love? Hendon Hooker, never taken a snap behind Goff. J.J. McCarthy's never taken a snap behind Sam Darnold. And Tyler Bagent? I mean, I know Pat likes him, and he thinks the coaches like him, but I mean, I will say, you know, injuries happen. Over 3 years in a row, we've had over 60 different starting quarterbacks in the NFL. I do think, Mark, that's a division. Like last year in the AFC North, Jake Browning was terrific.
Okay, but what did we think of Jake Browning heading into the season? Did we really think Cincinnati had a backup quarterback that was competent? Turned out he played way over his skis from what we expected.
Yes.
So before we start criticizing all the backups in the North who haven't played a game yet, let's pause just a little bit.
No, I agree. The point I was going to make is that, you know, Browning ended up being good enough and the Bengals looked smart. You know, as it turned out, Mason Rudolph saved the Steelers season. You know, is he a starter? No, but he's proven to be a competent backup in the league. You know, so just curious in that division that you and I both think, you even a little higher than me, the NFC North is going to be really good this year. I am worried about the backup quarterback situation, though, in that division. That if a starter gets hurt, that I'm afraid they could fall. You know, like the 1 year Rodgers got hurt, they were off to a 4-1 start. He gets hurt, they ended up winning only 2 games the rest of the year.
So, no doubt. And a lot of teams, we've talked about this for many years on this show, don't think put in the resources to the backup quarterback position that they should, when, as David just pointed out, over 60 quarterbacks started a year ago.
And I think it's 3 years in a row, 60 or more quarterbacks. I think the number last year was 64. But just on that, and for me, the Lions are certainly a Super Bowl contender. I know that sounds strange to hear, but it's the truth. Listen, the Packers in the NFC, tell me the Packers aren't a Super Bowl contender right now with what they did last year with the youngest team in the league and supposedly a quarterback on the rise. I mean, I'm just really surprised it's one thing to be an average team, an above average team, and have an interesting backup quarterback situation. But to have an unproven backup quarterback when you're a Super Bowl contender.
Where the difference in those 3 games that your starter doesn't play could be the difference between a 1 seed and a 4 seed or a 5 seed. It's immense.
So I feel like that's kind of hanging over the NFC North. But vote in our poll question, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton. All right, good, bad, ugly. What's on tap? Today's the day when. Let's do it.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So how much does your wife want to change your diet? Golly.
My wife's given up on me.
Good.
She wants me to eat more healthy. We try. My problem is not my eat. My problem has nothing to do with meals. My problem is everything to do with snacking.
Snacking. My wife's like, you need to eat less carbs and more protein. I'm like, yes, I do. So we just had a quiz. I asked her, how long have you known me? Okay. Have I changed my eating habits at any point in time in those 30 plus years? Okay, final question. Who's the healthiest person in the family?
Yeah, that is not a bar that you can. That's not fair. I'm on your wife's side there.
Don't know what to tell you. Yes, the guy who lost a kidney to cancer is the healthiest person in the family. Got it? Okay, good. Leave my starches alone. My dad was a drunk who smoked 2 to 3 packs a day. He lived to be 73. Would have lived longer if they didn't force him to have a surgery that he shouldn't have had.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
I feel like I'm about to walk on stage at the Luke Combs concert because I finished last in my fantasy league. A little twang there, a little Western with our country there.
That was one of the few kind of country rejoiners. They're all labeled, as I was kind of explaining yesterday, with all the unlicensed music that we have our access to. This was the only kind of country one that made the list.
I like it, though.
A lot of country folks out there, David. It's big.
Yes. I'm very well aware of that.
I attended my first country concert a couple of weeks ago.
I can't believe you made it into your 50s before you, quote, had to, unquote. Although, and also you just went with your son. I mean, usually us non-country fan guys end up having to go because of the lady in our life. I mean, that's how I went to my first set of country concerts.
Don't know what to tell you. It finally happened. It was fantastic. I loved the show.
Right. Well, you're a music fan. You love all kinds of music. You're like Orlando Alzugaray. You two could talk more music than sports.
Probably. In fact, absolutely. Huh. Try that again. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Huh.
See, we praised the new rejoiners and all that, and the equipment said, no, I'm going to mess with you guys.
Wow. I mean, I'm beating that button, and it's not working.
All right, good.
Let's see if I...
How much more
equipment? Keyboard.
How much more equipment can we buy in there?
Well, this isn't ours.
That's what I mean. I'm just trying to think. I mean, how much more equipment do we have to?
Well, it looks like I've got work to do today.
Oh, all right.
That whole Meghan Harry thing today was a day when, yada, yada, yada. Got good stuff today, too. I was happy. I was looking forward to this.
Okay.
I'm really trying to figure out why this isn't working.
Well, you could still do it, Do you want me to hum underneath?
Huh.
It's
there it
time
is.
To take back this,
unbelievable.
if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry.
I'll show you.
With Today Was the Day When.
You sure did.
1786 we start today.
Wow.
U.S. Congress unanimously chooses the dollar as a monetary unit for the United States of America. Today in 1844, following the death of Joseph Smith, Brigham Young is chosen as the head of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Could have been Joseph Smith University. Instead, it's Brigham Young University, David.
180 years ago.
First America's Cup was today in 1870.
We won, right?
Of course we did. President Truman signs the United Nations Charter today in 45. The famous Abbey Road cover photo of the Beatles was taken today in 1969.
Oh, wow.
Nixon announces he will resign at noon tomorrow, today in 74.
Yep. Grandfather called my mom and said, wake him out of bed. He's got to watch this. It was at 9 o'clock at night. He announced it. I'm 8 years old. This is late. I'm like, wow, this is cool. I had to stay up and watch TV.
Today was the first ever night game at Wrigley in 1988, but it was rained out in the fourth inning. Cubs and Phillies. Also today in 88, NWA released their debut album, Straight Outta Compton.
Yeah, that holds up really well.
It does. I can see you bumping a little NWA today on your way to the bank.
Right after I get done listening to MLB Network Radio. Yep.
The original Dream Team wins the gold in Barcelona today in 92, destroying Croatia. Coolio's Gangster's Paradise was released today in 95. And 3 years ago, the U.S. women's basketball team wins its record-extending 7th consecutive Olympic gold medal.
What's our winning streak up to now? Was yesterday 59 straight?
Is that what it is? Straight games?
Yeah. Think about it. 7 straight gold. And I don't know, got to win 6 or more games. I think they've won 59 consecutive Olympic Games.
Dustin Hoffman's 87 years old today. Ken Dryden is 77. Robin Quivers is 72. And Roger Federer is 43. What did I miss, David?
No, man, you played all the hits today. Spike Lee's first film was today in 86. She's Got to Have It. That's about the only thing here that I thought you might mention. Good job by you.
Elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
All right. For the good today, we're going Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught this, David, but in 3 U.S. cities, people will have the chance to purchase a giant limited edition Pop-Tart to celebrate the 60th birthday of the Pop-Tart.
Oh, my goodness.
73 times the size of a classic standard toaster pastry. Costs $60, but you only can get them in New York, L.A., and Chicago.
Oh, come on. What about the rest of us?
You wouldn't want it anyhow. It's strawberry filling with sprinkles and frosting on it.
Yeah,
I do like a frosted strawberry Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
I'd pay $60 for it.
This to me is kind of like when you win the golf tournament and they give you that oversized check. That's how I kind of view this Pop-Tart.
I totally agree with you 100%.
I will
and that's
say,
how I'd carry it around.
Mark, I was just going to say, I would love, in fact, I would contribute to the winning price in New York to then bring it on the subway.
For the bad, we go to North Naples, where Juan Flores was arrested at the Target store in North Naples for stealing $800 worth of Legos. He put 6 sets of Legos in his cart, tried to leave the store without paying. That's when an asset protection officer confronted him, asked him to come back in the store. He refused, fled in his vehicle. Police tracked him down. And it turns out, not only did he hit the North Naples Target, he's been popped with 3 other separate thefts at the Cape Coral Target store. Stealing Legos. Must be a good secondary market for these Legos.
Wow.
Finally, the ugly, we go to Fort Myers, where Paul Bertaroli went past the police on McGregor and Williams doing about $110.
Whoa.
When deputies tried to stop him, he sped up to about $1.17 and then made his way to his friend's apartment in Harlem Heights. The car he was in was stolen. So not only was he driving under the influence in a stolen car with a suspended license, he added on resisting and probation violation to everything else that was going on. Welcome back to the Lee County Pokey for Pete. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 8th, 2024.
Well, obviously his judgment was not good here, but I am curious about one thing. So when you're going $1.10, you feel the need to go faster? Like you think you're going to get caught?
David, at the point that you've stolen the car and you know you're going back to jail, aren't you just doing anything you can to not go back to jail at that point? I mean, you're done.
Well, okay, there's that. So then why are you stopping at a friend's apartment? I mean, don't you just keep going? I mean, heck, might as well drive it till it runs out of gas. I mean, maybe they'll stop chasing you. I mean, don't pull over. Don't park the car.
How would you like to be the friend? You get Pete showing up at your place with Lee County's finest on his tail.
Right.
And he's saying, can I borrow your car? Mine's out front. Use that.
Think of the noise that must have made entering the parking lot. 10 baseball games today. 3 of them in the afternoon. Marlins playing tonight, 6 o'clock. Surprised. I would have thought it'd be a getaway game against the Reds. But they're playing at 6 o'clock. Rays are in St. Louis, trying to avoid getting swept by the Cardinals. The other afternoon game is the Mets in Colorado. Game 7 of their 10-game road trip. They head to Seattle afterwards. Mets only a half a game behind the Braves for the 6th seed. The Braves are in danger of missing the playoffs. This is stunning. I mean, think about it. They're 7 games over 500, and they're getting a Cy Young season out of Chris Sale. Wow.
But look at what they've lost this year.
Oh, I know. Acuna, Strider, they've had guys in the lineup not producing like they have the past few years. I get it. It's one of those years. Hell, the Dodgers lead is down to 3. I mean, listen, I don't know if anybody's into baseball anymore. The AL East is tied. The Guardians lead over the Twins is what?
3.5?
Yeah, 3 in the loss column, 4 over the Royals. AL West is separated by a half a game, Houston and Seattle. And Arizona and San Diego have closed to within 3 of the Dodgers.
Problem is that the teams at the top, David, have kind of fallen into this. It's not like it's been great baseball out of the Dodgers. They've been playing lousy lately. Teams are creeping back into this because of the ineptitude of other teams.
Well, I understand, but I will say Padres and Diamondbacks have both won 8 of 10.
We just get the Reds to do that.
Yeah, really. Last place Reds. Thanks, guys. Anyway, Milwaukee's lead is 6, by the way, over the Cardinals. Phillies lead 7.5 over the Braves. So the NL East and Central, but then again, we thought the NL West was done 2 weeks ago also.
NFL Network tonight, David.
What?
7 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Patriots and Panthers preseason football. Not sure why we're not getting the Lions and Giants. We're getting the Patriots and Panthers. NFL Network, 7 o'clock. That is live football with the new dynamic kickoff being shown to you on the NFL Network.
Okay. Patriots are 6.5-point favorites. Don't you have to take the points? That's a lot of points.
It's a lot of points for a preseason game. I'm with you.
Also, the over-under is 33.5. So they're thinking the game's going to be like 20-14. Giants, 3.5-point favorite against the Lions. What?
I'd take the points. In fact, I'd take the points in both. I may start betting preseason football tonight.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
Are you with me? Taking the
No.
points in both.
Well, if you're gonna do this, and this is an urgent cry for help, but if you're going to do this, then yes, take the points. Wow. I mean, I got to admit, betting on the White Sox or taking the points in a preseason football game.
Betting a preseason football game is better than betting the White Sox.
Better than betting the White Sox.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll take the Lions and the points. You take the White Sox tonight.
Well, White Sox are off tonight. They play the
that's
Cubs
right.
tomorrow, right? Fireworks night.
That's right. The Cubs. Big night.
Right. Rivalry and all. So, speaking of rivalries, we had Bill Bender on the show a couple hours ago, and he said, listen, I live in Columbus, Ohio, and that poll question you guys had last week about what's more important, beating the arch rival or making the playoffs, I can assure you that in Columbus, Ohio, the answer is beating the arch rival.
But he followed it with that's not the case everywhere else.
Correct. Yes. And he said that it's becoming the NFL most everywhere else. But he said in Columbus, Ohio, you got to beat Michigan.
Well, we got a nice text from an LSU fan going, I don't know who that rival is that we're supposed to beat. For a while it was this school, and then it was this school, and now we play this school at the end. Who's our rival, by the way?
Well, for what it's worth, I've thought your big rival the last 18 years was Alabama, especially once your former coach went to coach there. But yeah, you do. You've got rivalry border games with Arkansas, with Ole Miss. Now, I know. What, their last game now, it was A&M, but now the Texas is back in the league. Texas and A&M play the final game of the regular season. Miller and Moulton, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. Talk to you tomorrow.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.